Good morning. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone is having a good day. All right, let's see. Let's play never have, or no, let's play put a finger down. Put a finger down if construction woke you up 2 hours before your alarm was supposed to go off. Put a finger down if you also had to get out of bed because your cat threw up all over the floor. Put your finger down if you're so grateful for the apartment you live in and the cat you have. Okay, listen. Ugh. What a morning. What a morning. All right. That's okay. We're grateful. We are still philosophically in our joy. That said, not your routine being messed up right from the get go. From the get go, I'm so, like, again, it's like it's practicing gratitude and accepting that life is just a never ending, I don't know, interruption of the schedule. This is why neurodivergents struggle so deeply with maintaining a schedule because the world doesn't maintain one. Look, if I knew exactly hours of the day this construction would be happening, but it's a surprise. Like, you never know. Some days they show up and some days they don't. And they're working on other people's apartments, but it just like it wakes you up like and then you're awake and then you're like, why am I awake? You know, because Croatians are up early. They do not play around here. 7 a.m. and these people are like, la 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 la. And I'm like, what are you, Disney princesses, bro? Good for them, honestly. Good for them. I wish I could be a 7 a.m. girly, but how am I going to be a 7 a.m. girly if stream ends at 10? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know how I could do that. You would think I could, but I can't because I don't know about you. I cannot go to sleep 2 hours after work. If I end my workday, stream ends at 10, and then I sit at my computer for a couple of hours, like putting up a clip, right? Do people go to sleep 2 hours after work? I can't. I need like 4 to 6 hours. Okay, I need time. I need time before work. Like, there's not enough hours in the day for how much buffer time I need. Right? Because it sounds like the construction stressed Indy out too. No, that bitch is just sick. No, she's most likely asthmatic. They haven't given her a proper diagnosis yet, but she's had a vomiting problem for like almost a year now, I guess. And we were prescribed an inhaler, so she hacked, and then she coughed and choked, and then I gave her inhaler. So two different events happened this morning with Indy because I did try to go to bed after I cleaned up her puke, and then and she's also getting old, so she can't digest her hair. It's a whole thing. Without getting too graphic, because it's going to gross me out. She's just old. She's going through something, okay? Fingers crossed, we still get to keep her for another 5 years. It'd be great. If she died in like 5 years, that'd be great. You know? And also, I am too autistically sensitive for this era of her life. You know, she was not that kind of cat. Never had hairballs. Never that cat. And thank goodness my partner is like more than happy to clean it up when they're available. 99% of the time they do it. Just sometimes I do it because I don't, I'm just like right there, you know? With that said, I'm sure many of you can relate to the fact that the schedule is always shifting. And so, it is what it is. Jess, how long have you had her? I have had Indiana for 12, 13 years. 13 years? She's going to be 14 in April. I have had her so long. She was with me for so much of my life. She was on with my road trips. She traveled with me on one of my road trips. She traveled with me. On one of my road trips, she stayed with my dad. He had a blast taking care of her. She's been apartment after apartment. She's been between so many relationships with me. This girl has seen the drama. Okay, she has literally had to watch me have 4 different relationships. Like, she has watched me. She's just like, you know what I mean? She has been through it. Okay, she's seen everything. And look, she's always been a huge priority for me too. Like, she's always gotten, she's always been my biggest priority. And yes, oh my God, Discord, we have the greatest Indiana emojis. Oh, that's my favorite one. That's my favorite one. This one's good too. We took Indiana's actual face and people made emojis out of her for the Discord. She's so cute. She's the best, which is why we also have one for YouTube members. You guys have one too. She's so great though. She really is. And I hope I get 5 more years too. Thank you. I just saw that, Oh, what's her name? Why am I blanking on her name? She just lost her doggo, and I was like, oh, that's devastating. Like when you've had a companion for so long. My God. Oates, Rachel Oates, sending support to Rachel spiritually. Her doggo just passed away, and I just every time I see those posts, it's always so devastating, you know, which is why it's always so interesting when you have a certain kind of YouTuber, Logan Paul, who tends to like adopt dogs or animals and then all of a sudden they're gone. Like that's why people are very sensitive to like people adopting animals and then just like, you know what I mean? Which is why people were very triggered by Moses and Trisha, though from my understanding, Moses allegedly does have the cats or something. I don't know, who cares? Even like I have siblings who are similar where though they have connections to their animals, they're more than happy to rehome them. But then I have some siblings that are like, no, this is like my Pikachu. So it's like, it's very interesting. For me, Indiana is my Pikachu. Like it'd be like Ash rehoming Pikachu. It's like Ash has rehomed many of his Pokemon. So I do get it. And look, I would rehome if I really thought I was a bad place for Indiana. But, you know, even though I really wasn't financially or spiritually in the best place to get Indiana, I also always prioritized her financially anyways. Like she was never neglected because I didn't have the money. And that's even true now. The joke is like she's been to the doctors more than I have because like we just prioritize her because like in the way that you would like a kid, right? And at the end of the day, it's because I am her caretaker. And look, Indiana, as you guys know, if you guys know the story, when I first got her, she had surgery because I got her from a shelter. And I went to 3 different shelters until, you know, I finally went to the 3rd shelter and they put me in a room with all these adults and they put this cat on the floor and she came and sat right in my lap. Out of all of the adults available, she walked right up to me and sat in my lap. And I was like, I'll take this one. They had named her Confetti initially. Oh, anyways, I renamed her Indiana. And, you know, and then she, I had gone to work and we didn't have screens on the windows and she had jumped out the window and I thought she was gone. I was like, Indiana's for the streets, bro. She was a street cat. She just had a litter. She's for the streets. But then I came home and I looked out the window. I just gotten her. I literally only had her like a couple days and I yelled her name. She popped her head out of the bushes and then came running right to me. And I was like, so, you know, from a vegan perspective of owning animals or companions or whatever, I really feel like she chooses me every time. Like anytime Indiana has ever attempted to explore, she's always come back. And that's kind of the point is like, I think she really does know me, you know, as a person. And that just like really solidifies like a sense of consciousness. Like I really just like see so much of Indiana's consciousness. It's so real to me. It's so like obvious. Her preferences. Her bed. She has a bed. It sits underneath my desk in a little cubby because she's a cubby kitty. And she will tell me when it's time to wash it because like she goes up to it. And if she smells it and she doesn't like it, she won't sit in her bed. And I'm like, oh, it's time to wash the bed. Like she communicates with me. We wash the bed. She goes right into it. She has preferences. This girl has preferences. She has favorite foods. She just literally is such a communicative creature. It's just like, oh my God, you know? Oh, I love her. Because what's your history to the property? Indiana Jones, what's your history? Like you mean like the movie? Is that what you're asking? Discord, can you expand on that? I don't understand the word property. It's throwing me off. The movies, what's your history? The reason I named her Indiana Jones is because when I was younger, I was a very basic millennial who went through a huge Indiana Jones phase since I was a kid. And I was just obsessed with the movies and obsessed with the vibe and obsessed with the, I don't know what I was obsessed with, honestly, because I haven't watched the movie in years. But I think I liked the idea of being an adventurer. I was really obsessed with the concept of adventure, which is probably why I went and did all this messy shit in my life. You know what I mean? And then I did it. Chat says, what's your favorite Indiana Jones movie? Guys, I don't even know. Like when I tell you things used to be a part of my life that I thought were going to be a part of my life forever. And then now I'm like, I don't even remember. I could not tell you which movie is my favorite because I don't even remember them. Star Wars, I used to watch that shit all the time, and now I could not tell you anything about it. Isn't that amazing? Like, my whole life was defined by what I knew about TV shows, what I knew about musical artists. Like, guys, I used to know everything about the thing I was obsessed with, and now I'm like, I don't know. Ever since I went on this like philosophical journey, I've just like everything that I thought was so important and so obsessive to like everything I was obsessed with, just like it disappeared. And now the only thing that I sort of like move through life enjoying is, I don't know if this is, I think it must be related to the philosophical like relationship too, but like I'm just not attached to anything anymore. So nothing quite defines me, but I use like that's why I have a Disney tattoo. It's why my car was decked out in Disney. I had a Disney car, I was a Disney doll, I had Disney ears. I was like setting up my bank account to collect Disney collections. I wanted my whole house full of Disney. And now I'm just like, who is that girl? She's like doesn't even exist anymore. And I'm not saying it's bad to be any of those things. I'm just saying she's like a stranger to me. And that's what's so interesting about being a person. And that's why I deeply believe people can change, because I just know how different of a person I was truly in my 20s. I was such a different person. And now it's just like, oh yeah. Yeah, I guess I used to think I was going to get married at Disneyland. I used to dream about getting proposed to at Disneyland. And now I'm just like, who are you? Like, no attachment. I have no emotional attachment to any of that anymore. Like, I love Disney. Don't get me wrong. Like, I love a Disney trip. I love it. But I just like, yeah. Chet's like, wow, I know. I used to like look at venues and look at pricing and be obsessed with like Disney wedding packages. Like, you know what I mean? Chet said the only red flag for me is the public proposal. And at Disney, you're not allowed to propose. So I was like, we got to be sneaky about it, you know? And I used to have all of these ideas of what my life would look like. Like, yeah, I can't even tell you how, yeah, what I thought was so important or necessary for me. Yeah. Yeah, it's so weird. Or the fact that like my personality used to be like Brittany always has a book in her purse. I haven't had a book in my purse in 8 years. But that was my reputation. That was like what people knew me as. So when people from my past catch up with me, they're like, oh, what are you reading? And I'm like, you know what I mean? Chad says when you wait, when did you start watching anime? Because when did you start watching anime? Because I chose anime over Disney in my formative years. I've been watching Disney or anime, sorry, since like 1991. I remember watching Sailor Moon in kindergarten with my older brothers. Like I remember being like 5, 6 years old watching Sailor Moon. So we've been as a family, we've been watching anime since the 90s. My parents watched anime. They didn't watch it as like hardcore fans so much as they watched it with their kids. So I've really been watching, but I did take a break from anime. I did take a hardcore break from anime between the ages of like 22 and 26. And I just read a bunch of books, like much more than I had ever read. Because I'd been reading my whole life as well. But I was really, because I've gone through stages, right? I go through stages where I pause something and I go back to it. Because I was watching anime, you know, we were watching Toonami, we were watching all that stuff. We were watching Miyazaki, we were watching all of that stuff. I mean, I've watched so many weird, like, Ronin Warriors and certain animes and Yu Yu Hakusho that were, like, so important to me growing up. Like, they were everything to me. And then, but that's the other thing, too, with, like, growing up. Because we also, it's funny, my parents have gotten so much more conservative over the years. But we used to watch everything. Like, Rugrats and Hey Arnold and all these shows, like Rocket Power. Like, I have a connection to basically, like, all of the shows that were on TV. Because once we got cable, oh, my God, I remember the day we got cable. Biggest deal ever. Holy shit, we had Disney and Nickelodeon. Shit was about to change. Because I remember not being the kid who had it on the street, and you couldn't take me away. You couldn't. And it was funny that out of all the siblings, my favorite anime was Gundam Wing. It was all very political. And my brothers liked it, but it wasn't their favorite as much as Dragon Ball Z was. But my favorite was more Gundam Wing because I just loved the political kind of seriousness of it. It made me feel like I knew what was going on in the world, you know? Kind of funny. But yeah, in Sailor Moon, I'm rewatching right now the English dub that I grew up with, which I think is the DIC dub. I'm rewatching it right now, which is just like so exciting. It's like it makes me cry if I'm going to be honest. Like I'm very sensitive to like nostalgia, which is probably why I was obsessed with like certain things. So watching it, like just hearing the music or hearing the voices that I recognize since I was a kid, I cry instantly, you know? Yeah, I just cry. So it's like so good. But then my partner was like, because they had never seen Sailor Moon, they were like, wait, the version of Sailor Moon you watched and grew up with is wrong. And I was like, shh, shh, shh. You be quiet. And he was like, but it's wrong. Like they change things because it's an American audience. I was like, leave me alone. And it's true. The Sailor Moon I grew up with, like major storylines are changed because it's an American audience. So I'm gonna try to watch it in Japanese with him so I can learn it like the real version, like what the Japan got to experience. Because yeah, like I didn't get to experience the real Sailor Moon, right? They changed storylines, like the cousins here and there of like some details got changed. I forget which ones, but yeah. Yeah, but that show makes me only ugly laugh out loud, which my partner was like, you're like, it's funny that you like I will listen to you watching it and you laugh out loud and you talk to yourself when you watch TV. I was like, I do, especially when I watch Sailor Moon. Oh my God. I'm like yelling at the TV, bro. I'm yelling. My mom caught on when Sailor Moon got to the point where the girls were there and they were dating, but they were cousins. My mom knew. She goes, are they lesbians? And I was like, they're cousins. She goes, they feel like lesbians. I think we should stop watching this show. And I was like, damn it. Even with the rewriting, my mom knew. My mom's gaydar is off the charts. Listen. Okay, listen. It is what it is. What are you gonna do? So anyways, I'm excited too to catch up because I did miss out on the later episodes of Sailor Moon because we weren't allowed to watch it anymore in the house. You know? And look, I understand their age gap relationship is problematic as she's still in high school and he is not. So, you know, but still, the nostalgia is crazy. So yeah, going back to Indiana Jones and all that stuff, like, I think and maybe I do think it's a little bit of autism where I do think I have always wanted, I don't want this anymore because I recognize who I am now in the story. But my whole life, I was like, what's my thing? You ever feel like that? Like, what is my thing? You know, what's the thing that like, it's Britney? And the problem with me, and then maybe this is ADHD actually, is like once I get the thing and I like it, I'm like, okay, next thing. Oh, do I like this? Next thing. Is this next thing? Like who reads 2,000 books and goes, okay, I'm over it. Next thing. Who puts out 2,000 YouTube videos and goes, okay, well, actually, I guess this is the thing that I stayed with the most. But yeah, like I pick up a thing and I spend $1,000 to $5,000 doing it. And then I go, okay, next thing. And then, you know, you look wishy-washy to people or you can't commit and they're like, you know, Brittany's always like changing, you know, what she's into. Yeah. So YouTube and philosophy, that's why I made the decision to do YouTube and philosophy because it's the only thing that I haven't gotten bored of or said, okay, I'm not into this. Like, did you guys see, I don't know the streamer guy, Queso? Did you see this? I was more interested in her. Let me show it to you. There's this girl who did this like crochet or knit. Hold on. Queso. I even spell queso. 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 Let's see. Wow. Okay. So she did this. I think I'd rather prefer to watch it from her. Okay, hold on. This one, day 20. Hold on. Okay, I saw this really cool video for it, but maybe, hold on. Okay, let's watch this one because I think, okay, so this girl has 1 million followers and I got into crocheting because my friend got me into it, right? But I didn't stick to it. Like I know how to do it. I made a Christmas scarf for my mother-in-law this last year, but like I'm not obsessed. I'm not going to ever do this. She's amazing. Look at this.
Finishing a life-size queso. For those who didn't see yesterday's video, I finished the entire project, but I left the reveal for today. However, before I show it to you guys, we have a giveaway winner to announce. Now, I got way more comments than I expected to get all of an actual cost, just a little bit more than 37 skeins. For the hoodie, I used 31 skeins of yarn. For the pants, I used 9 skeins. For the shoes and the gray and the headset, I used just a little bit over 5 skeins. For the
Look at that. It took over 120 hours.
Ducky's hat, I used 4 skeins of yarn. For all
Okay, so then, okay, hold on. I want to relate this to the reason why you can't find a job when you're neurodivergent. Because when you're neurodivergent, you have to really focus. You cannot find a career if you're going to ditch it every 2 years. A career is not something you ditch every 2 years. It's something you invest 10 to 15 to 20 years in, okay? You have a job. And I think as a neurodivergent person, I'm just like, what is going to be my career? Because I can't just be a job person. I have too much anxiety. I need to make a commitment. And once I made that commitment, it was easier for me to make a job out of it because now I had everything I could center on this thing. That's my anxiety. I cannot be a job girly, but if you're a job girly, that's fine, right? This is a career. This is serious.
The black in the headset, I used 4 skeins as well. For the bottom of the shoes, I used 3 full skeins. The Ducky's beak only took half a skein of yarn, and the sunglasses used about 3/4 of a skein. And lastly, I used 5 full 20-pound boxes of polyfill to stuff this thing. Now, if you add all of that up, making sure to include the 10-pound wooden structure support, the total weight of this plushie is 180 pounds. Now, 120 of those is just the life-size queso. The 60 pounds left over is for the Ducky raft. Moving on to the measurements, the plushie stands 7 feet tall and 7 feet wide without the Ducky raft. With the Ducky raft, it is about 92 inches wide. And yes, I did make sure to measure his thickness. This guy is 64 inches thick. Without the Ducky raft. With the Ducky raft, he is 90 inches thick. And lastly, the final timestamp of this entire project is 129 hours and 57 minutes. So many people have asked me if I'm going to be sending this thing to Queso, and yes, this gigantic structure statue thing will soon be in Queso's warehouse, I'm assuming. Another question that I have received a lot of is how much was I paid for this commission? The Water Park Simulator team covered all of the material costs, and they gave me a very fair initial payment that I was very happy with. However, on top of that initial payment, they sent me a temporary initial payment that I was very happy with. However, on top of that, material costs, and they gave me a very fair initial payment that I was very happy with. However,
it's just like a bunch of letters. Is that supposed to be money or I don't get what these letters are.
On top of that initial payment, they sent me a $10,000 bonus. Whoa! Now, to end off this video, I have a few people I want to thank. First,
let's go, girl. Honestly, worth. Okay? Honestly, worth $10,000, you know? Lashes, thank you so much for the super chat. I love cowboy bubble butts too. I'll be real, girl. At this point, do you have a kink about telling us about your attraction to things? Because I might have to put down a boundary. Like, I love a super chat, but, you know, at some point it's going to start feeling like, oh, I also like feet. And then all of a sudden you're going to tell me you like farts. And then all of a sudden you're going to be like water shower. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might want to, let's reel it in and put down a boundary, okay? Maybe oversharing, you know, maybe a little oversharing, okay? I can say in a less jokey mode if, you know, mood if you're not going to get it. But like, you know, I appreciate the money, but I don't want to normalize because I know I get some weird boys coming into this chat. I don't want to normalize people super chatting me their kink interests, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so this is what, first of all, shout out to her for getting $10,000. That's awesome, right? But I think what's really important, right, is that this is serious and this isn't something you can make quick money doing. Because what happens is, and I see this in a lot of neurodivergent people, and I don't blame you, is you think, oh, I'm going to pick up crocheting. She got paid $10,000 for 127 hours. I'm going to be a crocheter. Pause. She had the skill first, okay? And then she made money. She has 1 million followers because she has a skill, right? I doubt she did the skill in order to, do you know what I'm saying? We have to remember that you can take 10 to 20 years to be good at something and then get famous on the internet for doing this thing because you're good at it. Versus thinking, oh, I'm going to get good at this thing to make money. Does that kind of make sense? It's like, it's capitalism versus artist. Are you an artist or are you trying to make money? You know, if you're a real artist, then you should spend time being good at your job and being good at your craft and actually like, you know, having a skill set. And then if you're lucky and networking goes well, then you do a collaboration with a Twitch streamer and people commission you and you get paid. But the truth is that this is not common. Okay, most of the people she's probably going to put all that money or time into are not going to compensate her like that. So remember that. Remember not to watch this and think, oh my God, like that could be me. It could not be you. I was thinking about this because Meg Thee Stallion is she's gonna do Broadway, she's gonna do Moulin Rouge. And I just thought to myself, like, I am not a high performance athlete. Okay? Like, I am not a high performance athlete. And I think there's something to be said about this because like I would burn out so quickly. And that's what I think has to, we have to pay attention to is like when you see these superstars and you see these celebrities and you're like, oh, I want to be rich and famous and popular. Do you know how much work is going into being Meg Thee Stallion? Like how much work is going into being these people, like these high performers, like Beyonce isn't a fucking joke. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think people understand, like you would pass out from just one rehearsal. Okay, that's why the background dancers are amazing. It's why the crew is amazing. It is so much labor. So when people sit there and go, not the Marxist I dream of no labor like attitude, not the philosophical I dream of no labor, but like the actual like I don't want to work. And then they go, oh, I could be Beyonce. I just spit all over my mic to tell you how stupid you are. Like, oh, I don't want to have a job at McDonald's. It's like too grueling, but I could definitely be like a singer. Oh, I don't think I can. Shut up. Like, that's what I mean. Like, shut up. You're so annoying to me. Shut up. Oh, I could be a YouTuber. It'd be so easy. Then do it. Then do it. Instead of complaining, do it. You can't. It's fucking hard. Okay? Like, it's hard in the sense that it's if you're not made for it, if you don't have the ability to do it, you will. Why do you think every YouTuber is talking about burnout constantly or the sacrifice they've made to their family and friends? I am always riding the edge of burnout, just for the fucking record. I am always riding the edge of burnout, but I'm sure other people are too in their jobs. The only benefit to my job is that the only benefit to my brain is that I have the ability to introspect about burnout and I have an ability to flow. I have avoided real burnout when was the last time? Do you guys remember? There was a couple years ago or like a year and a half ago when I was like on it. I was like, I was so on it, and then I burnt out and I took a week off stream, and it wasn't a vacation. I was just calling out like 5 days in a row. That was my last real burnout. Since then, I've been coasting on burnout, and I'm just trying to avoid that again. I'm just trying to avoid that because all those 5 days that I quote took off, not only did I lose like $2,000 or $1,000 that month, right? And I had to recoup it. It took me 3 to 6 months to recoup that money. Because when you go out of the algorithm for just a week, YouTube thinks you're gone, and then that money you're making from AdSense and people expecting you to be there literally goes away right away. When I first moved to Europe, I took like 3 weeks off to move here. I lost like half of my income, and it took me almost a year to recoup it. It was so stressful. That's why YouTube is such a weird job, and that's why people truly, even the top earners, are so scared of taking time off because they do know. Now I think they have a better ability to take that risk. But yeah, if you take any time off, the algorithm's like, you must be dead. You must be dead. We're never suggesting your channel to anyone ever again. So just some inside baseball, okay? You guys have to understand these jobs, it's, you really gotta, okay? All right. With that said, let's see. Discord says, generally, I don't know what I'm good at under capitalism within my capacity to have anything other than a job right now, but also jobs are draining. True. One of the reasons, yes, my Discord, everyone's going to therapy. I love that. Thank you for sharing Discord. And thank you for everyone who's making that investment in themselves because you deserve it, right? Chess says, I still have more to learn, but burnout is about your relationship with the thing. Actions are driven by that relationship. Yeah, I mean, so much of my burnout is just like chronic health. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the problem is like, even for me, at least, when I think of burnout, I don't know how other people are experiencing it outside of disability, but my body is like physically worn out from just like walking or breathing. And that's why I wish I could remember, because I was burning out before from like a lack of joy or happiness, for sure. That was definitely true before. But now it's like, I love being here. I love doing this, but it's too hard. But not this job, not this job, the physical strain on my body. But I get that from even enjoying like things I want to enjoy. So then it's like, okay, this is just disability talk. There was that actress, Applegate, Christina Applegate, is that her name, who has MS? She said one of the hardest things about explaining her MS to her friends is like, they'd be like, oh, let's go over, let's take a walk around your neighborhood. And she's like, I can't walk. I can't walk. And that's one of the dilemmas is like, even when people say like, oh my God, have you traveled around Croatia? Like, I don't know what people think is different about Croatia or America, but it's the same thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do you as an American travel around America? Like, if I was like, oh my God, you're in America, are you traveling? Why would I travel more in Croatia than I did? Like, yes, I've traveled around America when I had money and time, but like, just because I moved to Europe doesn't mean now do you know what I'm saying? It's just a place people live. Like, to people who live here, this is just their LA. This is just their Oklahoma. This is just their Detroit. Like, they just live here. So, you know, I think sometimes there's like an illusion that because you live in a place people go to visit, you must then be traveling. But like, you know what I mean? So, you know, when we have these conversations, yes, I traveled a lot in my 20s when money didn't matter. And I certainly was blowing all of it. But I don't travel now because like, I don't have that money. Oh, good news. My beans are soaking on the counter. Okay, so I did it this morning. My beans have been soaking for like 4 hours. And by the time I get off stream, they'll have been soaking for like 8. Is that okay? Should I go drain them at some point? But like, they're on the counter. I just did it this morning because I woke up, my schedule was fucked. So I was like, I guess I'll do my beans. I was going to do it tomorrow, but I did it today. So they're sitting on the counter. Fingers crossed. I'm going to make some pinto beans after stream today. It's going to be good. You know, it'll be good. It'll be good. I said I'm a bit behind, but it happened to me. I didn't post a video in a month because I was perfecting a video and I regret it. The algorithm ignored it. Now my channel is pretty much abandoned. It will come back. It will take 3 to 6 months, but it will come back. Yeah. It's crazy. It's insane. Like, it's just a part of it. But that's why, like, even you can't over soak beans. You can't over soak them. Meaning there's like no negative, right? Yeah. Okay. So they'll be fine. Okay. Good. That's why I love creative work. It's the same thing as being an artist or anything else. Like, are you creating art that's so significantly important to you and then being lucky enough to sell it? Oh, and this is another thing. You know, Michelangelo, and I think Da Vinci too, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of these artists in history that we think of as like these great artists, they were not starving artists. A few of them, many of them had donors. They had people paying them for their work. So, you know, the reason I say perfect your art form before you think about money is because I think if you're at a certain level or a certain brand level or a certain something, right? Like, people will pay you. But if you're just starting out and you don't even know how to do anything, and then you were like, I want to make the big bucks. I don't know what happened, but I think the internet fucked everybody over because the internet really made people think they could be a millionaire in 5 years just because some YouTubers did it. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people made a lot of money doing this job, but most people did not make that money. And so most of us who get into it, like, I have a guy friend who spent like $5,000 to start his YouTube channel. And like, I don't know how to explain to him that unless he locks in as a career, it's not going to go anywhere. Like, I didn't lock in till 6 years ago and I made it a career. But prior to doing this, I wasn't really locked in. I was just kind of like doing it, hoping I would be one of those few that went viral and my career would be made for me, that I didn't have to make my career, because that's sort of the myth of the viral story is like, oh man, I was just posting content and I went viral and that was it. Yeah, that almost never happens. And so even for me, when I got 1 million views a couple times on a video, on a singular video, 1 million views, and I was like, this is it. This is my moment. Oh my God. And then nothing happened. Same thing with your 15 minutes of fame on TikTok. Oh, you got 15 million views? Okay, but can you convert that into a long-time career? The dream career requires work. You must labor. So this idea of a dream job, as if you're not going to have to labor, is the myth of get rich fast. It is a horrible way to look at work. That I'm going to get rich fast, that it's going to be easy, that I won't have to work. And you know, I was watching a finance girly who said I blamed was it Chelsea? I don't remember. It was a girl though. And she was saying the FIRE movement really fucked everybody over because the FIRE movement got into people's heads, you know, that they were all going to retire by 35 and not have to work a day in their life, even though most of us do want to work. Most of those people that quote retire also they work. So it's like all of these things are so layered and I think play a huge role in how we have these conversations about like, what is the thing I'm going to do to feed my family? Because whether we like it or not, everyone throughout history had to do something to feed their family, right? And if you think it's a struggle now, don't make a family because God, hello. I love when people are struggling to pay their bills and the first thing they're thinking about doing is like making a baby, or your relationship is on the rocks and you're like, you know what we should do to save this relationship? Have a baby. Okay. All right. You know, it's like, all right. Just as under capitalism makes it so scary to take risks in order to explore different things, even to find a career. If you don't know what you're good at innately, one false move could lead you into an unimaginable debt. Makes it even harder to try to branch out jobs too. Yeah, actually, like, absolutely true. You know, there's two levels to privilege I've been thinking about. The privilege to take risks and fail, and the privilege of being suicidal. I think I was so privileged being suicidal because it allowed me to take risks because I figured worst case I can kill myself. That sounds so weird, but it really gave me the freedom to take risks and lose it all. Because I figured, you know, fuck it. Like, if it doesn't work, I'll just blow my brains out. And that for me was like, that's my brain though. And that's probably not everyone's brain, right? Not everyone can think, but like that was I am definitely in that suicide bubble. I talked to some of my friends who are in the same wavelength. They're like, oh yeah, being able to like kill myself gave me the freedom to like try things, you know? And so like, that's one way. If you have that brain, you can utilize that, but that's not everyone's brain. Cause you're right. On the other side of it, there's a huge privilege to trying things, you know? Otherwise, like, you're right. Like the risk is so scary. I just watched this couple talk about how the difference between living in your car because you want to and living in your car because you have to. I lived in my car because I wanted to. I didn't live in my car because I had to, right? I lived off $1,500 a month because I wanted to, not because I had to. There's a very different psychology when you're saying to yourself, oh, we live off $1,500 a month. We live in our car. We're exploring. We're having fun. We're doing our thing. Yes, it's stressful. Yes, it's scary. But also, this is what I chose versus being put in a position where you're like, holy fuck, I have to live in my car because I'm only making $1,500 a month. And like, I can't support myself or have an apartment. Like, that's a very different perspective. So that's okay. How to be a whole human being. Who you are in the story matters. Which person living in their car are you? Are you the one that's desperate and doesn't want to live there? Or are you the one who's doing it for an adventure? These are two different things. And they're both people are making $1,500 a month. Both people have no family or friends to rely on. Both people are living off the same amount of money. But both people are playing, they're two different roles. They're two different kinds of people. And I'm not saying like, obviously one is like healthier, but one is only attainable if you're that person. You can't be that person unless you're that person. You know what I mean? So don't judge yourself, but ask yourself, which one am I? With not, again, you don't want to like self-help manifest your way to a person you can't be. You want to say, okay, which one am I? And help that person. Help that person grow, right? Because otherwise, like, you know, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, with that said, look at this little short film I found. I'll call it a short film. I love TikTok. Okay. I love TikTok. And so it says when the two ends of the bread meet. Honestly, beautiful. Okay. Fuck, I died. Here's the link. You guys can enjoy that. Shout out to random TikToks I find. Okay. Let's answer this question. So on my BAFTA commentary, I got a question. No hate to this person, all love. I just want to make sure we understand the differences between prescriptions and boundaries. And well, you'll see. Okay, they said BAFTAs. They said, I really don't like the way you talk about this. It doesn't feel deconstructed. If you're making a prescription that everyone needs to have the same idea about apologies as you. So, okay, I did not make a prescription, right? My video was titled, Adults Really Need to Learn How to Apologize. This is not a prescription. You might say it is because really need to, but I also am talking to my audience here and you already know my values. So obviously I'm reaffirming my values with you, my morals. I'm not saying you ought to. I'm saying if your goal is, then you must. These are very different things. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm only telling you as a suggestion what I would do if this is my values. And I get it because you were raised in a world where you think anyone making a moral standing or having an opinion is saying you must do it. I'm not saying you have to do anything. I'm saying if you want this outcome, you must do this. The outcome requires action, okay? They said he did acknowledge the harm, and so saying he's not safe to be around without acknowledging the harm is a moot point. You, quote, wouldn't invite him to the barbecue then because he doesn't acknowledge the harm in the way you see fit, which is only in an apology, so then he has to apologize for having Tourette's to be safe. That's cruel. I don't see how what you said means anything other than that when he didn't acknowledge the harm. That's John. He's talking about John. He used so many false equivalencies. Like a tick is not the same thing as abusive parent or someone using it willingly and defending John does not mean you're standing on with racists. You can defend John and acknowledge Black people's trauma, but then you in this discussion use the ableist slur. Which one? Willingly. Which one? Which is the one that starts with the S and ends with the Z. Oh yeah. The fact of the matter is that I do prefer experts that I can, and the expert medical advice is that Tourette's is not to apologize when everyone knows you have it. I said, you need to watch again. His Tourette's isn't the issue. His inability to truly understand the Black community's pain is. I'll respond to the stream wishing you well, but you totally missed my point. They said, I'll listen, but I don't think I missed your point. I understand it. I just disagree. Like I said, he did acknowledge the harm, which I do agree he should have. I don't think you're intentionally attacking the Tourette's with what I said. I think it's a bias coming through because the logic doesn't seem to make sense considering everything that happened and what he said. Just wanted to clear that up before you address it on stream. I said I didn't make any prescriptions though, so I don't think you understood my point. I'll explain on stream. They said that was in regards to you saying how the apologies are for when you cause harm, which is the only one way to look at apologies. When you were saying he should apologize, things like that. I mean, I know the title are clickbait sometimes, but you did name this stream in particular that adults need to learn to apologize in response to John Davidson. I don't know how that's not a prescription. The way you were talking sounded like you think it's the only correct move and seemed to me to leave no other perspective, sorry. And then someone asked if he would have to apologize even if it was 100 times a day and you enthusiastically said yes. I did enthusiastically said yes. I said, yeah, maybe, probably, maybe, yeah, maybe. Like, again, I don't know the context of every situation, but maybe if it's 100 different new people he sees every day, yes. Yes. I made it very clear. You said, I did listen and I just disagree. I'm willing to change my mind. But if you say something that makes me think you aren't saying what I've said, that's always a possibility. Okay, listen. First of all, the barbecue is an example of my house. If I was hosting a barbecue, if Brittany Simon was hosting a barbecue, and I had a mixed group of friends coming over, and some of those people were Black, and I had a friend with Tourette's, and my friend with Tourette's was also over. And especially if my friend with Tourette's does not know my Black friends. Let's say my friend with Tourette's is also white. That's important. So my white friend with Tourette's does not know my Black friends. And then my friend with Tourette's says the hard ER at my Black friends. And then goes, I have Tourette's. That's it? I'd be like, oh, they have Tourette's. I'm so sorry. I would apologize as the host. And I'm saying you with Tourette's, I'm going to need you to acknowledge how uncomfortable you just made everybody in this fucking room, even though it's not your choice, because that's what good people do in a community. I'm so sorry. I'm a stranger to you. I don't know you. I apologize profusely. I'm so sorry. And then my Black friends can decide if, you know, how they want to react to that because they're individuals. Okay. if one of my friends is upset and wants to leave, that's valid. If one of my friends is like, okay, I get it. I can vibe. Okay, then they can vibe. But if my friend wanted to leave, let's say my friend was like, Brittany, I love you. It's too triggering for me. I can't. I'd be like, okay, I'm so sorry. Do you want to go home? And if so, can I send you home with a plate of food? See how I'm not kicking out the person with Tourette's? I'm allowing the person who's uncomfortable to leave. Now, if that person was like, hey, I need to put down an ultimatum, like it's either me or them. Well, first of all, none of my friends would do this because all my friends are great. But we would have the conversation. Okay? So again, it's not a prescription. It's a boundary in my own home. It's my house. It's my house. And so again, I'm not saying what you should do in your house. I'm saying what I would do in my house. You can't tell me not to do it in my house. See how I'm not telling you not to do it in your house? I'm saying if I was inviting you to my house, that's not a prescription, it's a boundary. I would have to get everyone on the same page because there's no reason for people to feel so hurt or conflicted in my house when I'm trying to bring a community together. Okay? So listen, I did say the S word on stream and I genuinely don't even remember saying it. And you're right, I did, right? And then my Discord corrected me and I said, oh, my bad. Thank you for that, Discord. Okay, and then we corrected ourselves. Yeah, you're acting like the S word hasn't been fully in our vocabulary of all genders, of all races for 30 fucking years and all of us aren't working on it. Yes, I will sometimes say words that I realize are outdated. I make a correction and I move on. I apologize and I move on. Because that's what's supposed to happen. Because we know people say things that's a part of their vocabulary and or they say things without even thinking. I say the wrong words all of the time in case nobody recognizes it. I have people who are like, Brittany, you keep using the wrong word on stream. What you mean is this. What you mean is this. Like weary versus worry or worry. Like I always use the wrong one. Most people do. Okay. So when we have these conversations, there's always room for improvement. But also we have to know the difference between like, hey, you're wrong. So it's interesting that John can yell the hard ER word or do a tick and you're like, no apology needed. But I use the S word and apologize and you're like, not good enough. So you know what I'm saying? Different values. And I'm saying I will misspeak and I know this and I will do better. John has a tick and I expect him to apologize and explain. And he's not in trouble because he has a tick. He's in trouble because he's got a bad attitude. If you do not apologize in a way that makes the person you're apologizing to feel seen and heard, it's not an apology, it's a PR statement. Okay? And I wouldn't like that. So, okay, let's give an example. I have a friend who's white with a tick, says the hard ER. I have a black friend at my get together, and the white friend says it, they tick. I was going to say spasm, but they tick. Okay? And my black friend says like, oh, and I go, they have Tourette's. And the person with Tourette's goes, oh yeah, I have Tourette's. It's crazy, huh? It makes me say slurs. And then I apologize to my black friend. I say, I'm so sorry. Do we need to talk about it? Is everyone good? Or should we explain it at all? And then the white friend goes, we shouldn't have to explain anything. I just did. I have Tourette's. And I go, I know, but you said the hard ER and it's really hurtful. And I just want to make sure everybody's okay. And they're like, okay, but you needing to check in about my Tourette's is crazy. Like I just explained it. I have Tourette's. And then I'm like, I know you're not in trouble because you ticked. I'm just checking in with everybody to make sure everyone's good. And then they're like, okay, but I feel like you checking in with people over my ticks is making me feel targeted. And I'm like, I hear you. I see you. Valid. I don't mean to target you. How can I best check in with everybody so everyone feels like they're not being picked on? Okay. And they're like, well, I just don't think we should talk about it. Like I just explained it. There's nothing more to say. What am I supposed to do with that? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? You know what I'm saying? Now you're putting me in a weird corner where like, you're either fucking defensive for no fucking reason, or you're defensive because you're trauma, or you're not allowing me to be a host. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? My hands are tied now. So now I have to pick or choose. Which one of my minority friends gets precedent? Who gets the priority? Which takes precedent? You know what I mean? So now you're putting me in a weird, you know what I mean? Now I got to ask probably the Tourette's person to leave. So now you're not leaving because you have Tourette's. You're leaving because you have a bad fucking attitude. That's why you're getting kicked out of the party. You have a bad fucking attitude. That's it. That's why you're getting kicked out of the party. So, you know, I hear this person and I hear you and I really do, but I really think you're misunderstanding the difference between a bad attitude and a disability. I'm not kicking you out because you have a disability. I'm kicking you out because you have a fucking bad attitude. Okay? And that's what it is. His apology did not do justice to the people directly harmed and or did not make people feel who heard it understood. Now, the last thing they say is, like, this whole thing has felt very dominated by American voices pushing their reality. It's not our culture to make people with Tourette's apologize. It's not advised, at least here. And this is a Scottish man on a Britain channel. Then get the fuck off my YouTube channel and stop commenting, because this is America, baby. I am American. USA, USA, USA. I'm an American. You're on an American YouTuber's channel. Congratulations. Michael B. Jordan is also from Santa Ana. Shout out to Orange County. Okay, baby? Okay, baby? So don't make me pull out the red, white, and blue, baby. Okay? With peace and love, with peace and love. Come on now. Come on now. You can talk to other British people or whatever you guys are, UK people, Scottish people. You guys can go talk amongst each other. But here, over here, baby. Okay, Michael B. Jordan was an American. I'm here for him. You know what I'm saying? Was that funny? Was that a little goofy? Was that like a little like, was that too much or was it funny? Was it like nice? I'm trying to be nice to this person, but obviously I'm more at least like correct. You know what I mean? I'm obviously more correct. USA, USA, USA. Anyway. Anyways. Look, shout out to you for commenting and shout out for you going back and forth with me, but like, I am correct. You cannot say the person who is trying to make everybody feel seen and heard is less correct. Because in your scenario, you only want John to be heard. And I'm saying in my scenario, I want John to be heard and Michael B. Jordan and anyone who feels like the N-word was offensive. You know, any American, you know, I want my Americans to feel okay. I think we did it, girls. Look at us, you know? Look at us. You know, I get it though. It is hurtful to have to apologize. But again, just to make sure if anyone didn't see that stream, I did not say he needed to apologize 100 times a day to the same person. I said he'd need to apologize to every single person he talks to who might not know because they don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, what if his take was, I'm going to rape you, right? What if he had a take that was like, I'm going to rape you? And then he was walking through a store and he goes up to a person and goes, I'm going to rape you. I would expect a little bit of an apology and an awareness of like, because here's the deal. Would a rapist with Tourette's not also pretend it was just a tick? Like, how do I know you're not a liar? The way I know you're not a fucking liar is by you going, oh my God, I'm so fucking sorry. My Tourette's fucking sucks. I hate it. I'm so embarrassed. Because you have to understand, just because he has Tourette's doesn't mean he can't be a racist or a liar. And the only evidence I know of this white man who I just met is that he seems to do what every white liberal does, which is not acknowledge the pain of Black people. I don't see color. They don't exist. Black people, their struggles are like everyone else. Like everyone just... That's what you did with that apology statement he put out. You did not specifically acknowledge the pain of the Black community, which says to me, for Brittany, I don't think he gets it. And now I have no data to know the goodness of his heart because he had the audacity in an interview to say, I have no racist bone in my body. Like, no racist bone in your body? You've never done a racism? You're a white person on the planet. You've never once done a racism. You never even thought of racism. You never even thought of you never believed a racist statistic pushed out by your government. That, you know, you never even thought like something, just anything, not even for a second. That's like when I meet a white man who goes, I have no bias or prejudice. I was like, you have no bias or prejudice. My favorite is when I talk to white men who go, oh, I have never exhibited bias or prejudice, like ever. And I'm like, oh, ever? 50 years on this planet as a white man, you never once? He's 54. 54 years on this planet, you never once? What about sexism? What about none of it? You never done any of it? Have you ever done an ableism? Because I've done an ableism. I do an ableism way too often because I'm still deconstructing, especially since I'm newly disabled, right? You've never done an ableism? You think he hasn't done an ableism? That's what I'm saying. All of us are deeply flawed, okay? And I'm saying because we're all deeply flawed and we've all done things that like, oh my God, I couldn't even imagine doing now. It means we have to acknowledge the pain and hurt we cause if it's your value. See how I add the if? The if is the lack of a prescription. You don't have to do anything. You can kill everybody if you would like. I don't think you should, but I can't control you. I would say if you would like to be a good community member, you should probably not kill everybody. If you would like to be a good community member in a progressive sense, you should probably acknowledge a community that is saying, hey, this deeply hurt us. And how hard, oh my God, how easy. Just add a sentence into the apology. Your defense mechanisms are up so hard, you couldn't add one goddamn sentence to a fucking paragraph. Like 7 words would have sufficed. And you couldn't even offer 7 words. Is life so hard you can't give us 7 fucking words? I'm sorry to the Black community. No, I am deeply sorry to the Black community. 8 words? You couldn't give me 8 fucking words? 8? Like that, you know, it's something. It was a generalized apology. You could have been apologizing for anything. I didn't even know what you were apologizing for. If I had seen that apology out of context, I'd been like, oh, what is he apologizing for? The fact that I would have to ask you, what did he say? What happened? Means it's not a good enough apology. It's like when a YouTuber gets on their YouTube channel and their main audience doesn't know they've been canceled. And they go, hi, guys, I'd like to... oh, hey guys, I've been canceled recently and I just want to talk about the recent controversy. And I just want to say, I didn't mean to do it and I'm so sorry. And I've really grown from this and I really hope you accept it. Thank you. And then the audience is like, what happened? Why is he apologizing? What even? The fact is like, if your audience is, you know, I've seen this happen so many times. And I'm saying it's unnecessary. So with peace and love, I don't think you understood my argument. Okay, I don't think you understood this. And I think because you didn't understand it, you know what I mean? We went back and forth in the comments. And that's okay. I give you so much credit for going back and forth with me. I think for the sake of my argument, or the one I'm trying to make, I think I am more technically correct. Because again, mine is inclusive. I just feel like your way of life excludes. And I'm trying to include. So maybe you have a better argument that you can lay out in the future, but that's my response to that. That's my response to that. Okay, now let's do this. Okay, I'm confused by this. Oh, wait, Chet says, I was going to ask, do you think the best way to apologize is just to say sorry without explaining? Because I've heard a therapist say apologize and don't explain unless they want an explanation. No. When a therapist says don't explain, they're saying don't explain why you did it. But you should explain why you're apologizing. I learned this in DBT. I learned to go apologize to people I've hurt, but she's like, but don't explain why you did it. Because once you start explaining why you did it, you're not leaving them room to hear the apology. So, hey, I'm really sorry I hit your car. Oh yeah, what happened? Oh, I'm so sorry. I looked down on my phone for a second and I just lost it. I'm so sorry. Hey, no problem. We've all done it. Let's get our insurance involved, right? It's like your instinct will be to over-explain. Your instinct will be to explain why you did it instead of saying, I'm sorry. It's like when your parents, you go to your parents and you're like, hey, I really feel like what you did in my childhood wasn't that great. And they're like, well, I'm sorry, but you know, we were struggling and it was the 80s and that's just what all parents were doing. So we beat the fuck out of you. I heard the words, I'm sorry, but I didn't hear an apology. Versus, I am so sorry. My greatest failing as a parent is ever taking a hand to you, ever taking a belt to you, ever taking a metal rod to you, ever engaging in any forms of physical punishment. I should never have hit you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Can you try to explain to me what you were thinking when you hit a 6-year-old that way? When you hit a 10-year-old that way? Yeah, I think at the time, I was just convinced, right? Like that was what good parenting was. And I was terrified a bit about being a bad parent. And I thought, man, if this is what I have to do to be a good parent, then I guess I'm going to do whatever it takes to be a good parent, right? But now I see how wrong that is. Now I see how stupid I was and how foolish. Like, why would I ever do that to my kid? And I go, wow, yeah, like that is kind of crazy, huh? Like you really do your best as parents, but you realize like you are also conditioned by the world. And I see that now. And I want to thank you again for this conversation. I think it really healed a lot of the stuff I was holding on to. And now I feel like I can let it go. And it's like, thank you. Because as a parent, I think I was holding on to it too. And I think it made me defensive. And now that we've had this conversation, like, I think I can let it go. You know, like a real apology is like deeply acknowledging the pain and hurt, like deeply acknowledging that people hold on to things, whether you like it or not. You don't have to like that people are damaged or wounded or traumatized. But the truth is we're all carrying something that we need to, some form of baggage we need to put away, some form of baggage the world gave us. And it's going to be really difficult for us to really acknowledge each other, because then we'd have to admit like I caused a harm, and we hate to think of ourselves that way. We really do. You know, we really hate to think of it. So when you apologize, don't explain. Apologize if you mean it. Make an awareness of what you're apologizing for, and then allow the person who's hearing it to ask for an explanation if they want to hear it, because they might not want to hear it either. You are not owed forgiveness either. I do think as individuals, we should forgive so we can move on, but not forgive so we can invite back in. And I do think people who ask for forgiveness are not entitled to it. So you can't forgive until you're ready, meaning I'm going to let go of this feeling. Forgiveness does not also mean going back to the way our life was before. Okay? So again, I support John as a disabled person with Tourette's as being as equally worthy of being there as anybody else. I support people making media about living with disability. I support his general activism in terms of supporting people with Tourette's. I cannot support an adult man who's 54 years old being unable to make a proper apology. You're too grown to not know better. And I do expect 54-year-old men to learn how to fucking apologize. Because I definitely think it is adding to so much unnecessary harm, your inability to properly say, I'm sorry. Because that's all this was. All of this was a request for a grown-up to properly apologize. And the grown-up went, nah, I don't think so. You're not going to apologize? He's like, no. Okay, well, then we don't like you. What do you mean you don't like me? You don't like me? I have a disability. You have to like me. And by the way, John's not even saying this. His fucking supporters are. So I actually am not even mad at John right now. I'm mad at his fucking supporters for being so fucking defensive on his behalf, because you're sure making your boy look bad. You're making him look worse. His PR statement was bad, but you are certainly making him look worse. And you are also not invited to the barbecue. With peace and love, you can't come. See, all these people who sometimes watch my channel and go, oh, I bet Brittany and I would make great friends. Not with this attitude. You can't come to the barbecue. You're not getting any of this vegan barbecue. You know what I mean? Like, absolutely not. So yeah, oh yeah, in chat says, Brittany, you are right. And people who think you are being rude for saying that should really deconstruct. Well, the irony of this comment from them is like, oh, I don't think you've really deconstructed if this is your opinion. Ditto, girl, ditto. How are you going to tell me I haven't deconstructed when you haven't figured out how to apologize for the hard ER? Isn't that what racism 101? Isn't that like the first thing you learn in life is like, maybe don't say the hard ER at people ever under any circumstances. Never. Never, never, never. You cannot say that word. There's just like no justification. You can't call people that word. Okay? And I'm not saying he called them that word. I'm saying even if he ticked at it, the point is like, you got to apologize. And didn't you also learn in kindergarten to say sorry? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why you're not paying attention to how important this is. This is a big deal. Like, this isn't like, there's so many things we say to people that are less than this and we apologize. You know, if you call someone stupid, you should apologize. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, my bad. You know what I mean? Like, I'm getting heated. It's just like, Chad says, I wonder if he would have to apologize if it was an anti-Semitic comment. You know, I've heard this from a lot of people. I really caution everybody from using this as an argument just because it does feel a little anti-Semitic to keep bringing up the Jews. But I would encourage us to say what we mean to say is that it seems like certain marginalized people get precedent in culture. But I would also argue that a lot of women have to deal with men calling them a bitch every day, and no one forces those men to apologize. So I would just like to point out, women also get to be called the bitch every day, and men are not forced to apologize. So all of our minority groups are suffering. Like, we are all suffering. We are all making excuses for how we get to show up and apologize. And I'm saying all of us need to learn to apologize and mean it. All of us need to pay attention to our language. All of us need to eventually be the adults in the room. Okay? All of us, right? Chad said it wasn't not argument. I said I wonder. I know. I'm just saying, again, I don't know your intentions. I'm just saying I noticed that comment a lot on my video after it, and it felt like it was coming. Because you have to understand, okay, I don't know if you guys know these bubbles, and maybe I'm just too internet brained, but there is an anti-Semitic black bubble, okay, that exists on the internet that overlaps with white supremacist white bubbles, and they are anti-Semitic together. And those people tend to go, but what about the Jews? What about Jews? And I'm saying, why are we talking about the Jews in this conversation? What do they have to do with anything? And that's because I'm afraid this bubble, because I saw a lot of white supremacists come into my comment section to defend John. And I also saw a lot of black people saying, but what about the Jews? And I was like, hey, what is this? What is this overlap I keep seeing in my comments? So it's just me noticing a pattern. I don't know what's happening. I'm just saying we should pay attention to making sure we don't accidentally dog whistle anti-Semitism or anything else, right? So I don't know what's going on. I'm just noticing a pattern. Just thought I would bring it up in case somebody else was watching, you know. But I can see what we're trying to say is, but I also don't like the whataboutism, because I don't think like men are opposite of women. I don't think blacks are opposite of Jews. Like our culture, because, you know, he threw around the pedo. He called Cummings, what's his name? He called Alan Cummings a pedophile. He called him F slurs apparently, and apparently those got muted. Reminder that this is about the BBC and BAFTA purposely allowing the slur in for views, most likely. Right? Like, that's my opinion. I really think that's ultimately the problem here, you know, is that there's something here. Now, hello? Oh my God, I've been taken down by the gays. No, I'm back. Am I back? I disappeared, but I'm back now. Okay, I'm back. Ultimately, this is not my prescription, but my argument. Okay, we should want, if it is your goal, I want a world, or at least a community, that doesn't have to throw about whataboutisms to make their point. Because I do think that though they can sometimes be very good, they're like comparisons. Sometimes a comparison can be healthy and sometimes it can be unhealthy. All I need to know in this situation is I don't even need to compare it, because he did throw out a lot of slurs and a lot of words that were inappropriate. What I need to say is, can we just have a custom of acknowledging the pain, because a lot of people don't understand what's happening? It would be nice. Now, if John said explicitly in his apology, he was a really good apology. It was very pointed. It said Michael B. Jordan said, is it Deloy? What's his name? What's that actor's name? He's apparently not American. I didn't know that. I don't know why I thought he was an American. Anyways, explicitly, like specifically said their names. And acknowledged it. Delroy, Brittany, Delroy Lindo. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Discord. If he explicitly said Michael, Delroy, and he specifically said their names, and it was a really good apology, and then people were still mad, well, we can deconstruct that. Because sure, there will still be people who are mad. There was still I saw a lot of black content creators say things like, I don't believe it was his take. I think it was really racism. I don't know. I can't read the man's mind. There is a possibility, and I don't blame them for being cautious, but I don't know that. I did see a lot of uneducated comments from a lot of people saying that I think he did this on purpose. I don't know. But we'll never know now, because the apology he gave was bad. We'll never know because his fans keep defending him to a T. And we'll never know because people need to go to therapy. right? Like people are so deeply wounded that we can't even start to deconstruct where the real answer is. And this is what it's like talking to your parents or talking to anyone in your life. Like, how can we even start to deconstruct if you are not, oh my God, I have a great video to show you on this. Hold on, it's from Britt Hartley. How can I even start to get down to the root of it if you won't allow us to even get down to what's true because you don't want to believe it no matter what? It's like, well, if you're, you know what I mean? Like you got to eventually, you know, make space for people. Here's Britt Hartley lecturing atheists about deconstruction because damn, some of you take it for granted.
Something that really annoys me about secular. Here's something that really annoys me about secular people lately. Yesterday, I was on the YouTube channel Myth Vision. It was one of my favorite conversations of the year. I really enjoyed it, so go check it out. But a lot of the comments were just really against me. And what I'm getting in the comment section a lot of lately is that atheists aren't resonating with my story and think that I'm full of shit.
Hold on. I want to read you that comment.
Resonating with my story.
I think she's basically full of shit. The false idea of conflating atheism with nihilism tells me her worldview are irreparably damaged by her religious beliefs.
And think
that
I'm full
of combined with her self-described mental illness.
Shit.
She has come with lots of ridiculous conclusions that have no basis of reality of fact. By the way, Britt Hartley is deeply educated. Like that's what she's educated. She basically created her own bizarre non-deistic religion. Like many others, she exchanged one set of bad ideas for another. And someone who was never brought into religion or never bought into religion, I don't think there's script over here, so I'm losing it here. Let me see.
And
hold on. The problem is I can't read it because there's an overlay. I don't have anything to learn. Not that it makes me some all-knowing being, but I can look more objectively at issues. Okay, so they're making a claim that because they were never bought into religion, they have more claim to objective reality, right? Okay.
That I'm full of shit. And this isn't about me getting negative comments. Like, I'm a big girl, I can handle it. This isn't me being a victim. But I think it should be okay in the secular world that some people were raised in secularism and some people had some kind of deconstruction, and those are different experiences.
Okay,
and
but just for the record, people who are born secular also have to deconstruct. See, that tells me they didn't deconstruct their own secularism because you think you're better than religious people. You don't know why you were even good. You want to give yourself credit that wasn't even yours. You were raised in the bubble. How could you take credit for being progressive or deconstructed or any of these other things and never do the work to deconstruct that you were privileged enough to be raised that way? And so much for that privilege because you sound ignorant.
Should be okay. Because when you were raised secular and you listen to me talk about religious deconstruction or nihilism or existential crisis, that may not resonate at all with you. Because when I'm talking about these changes, but you've always felt that there was no God, you look around and realize that everything dies and you accept it. You just be a good person for the sake of being a good person, and those things were all normal for you. Those were just how you grew up.
Yeah, but how good of a person can you be if you go and leave comments on people's videos saying this woman has mental illnesses and this woman is stupid and she's full of shit? Like, how good of a person can you be, right? If your attitude is like absolutely not understanding where Britt Hartley is coming from. Again, have your opinions on your own YouTube channels, on your own posts, but the fact that he went into their space knowing she would see it is a different kind of display.
And it can be hard to understand why that was so hard for us coming from religion and why our brains sometimes like shut down when the anchors that we built our life on fall away. If you just look at the neuroscience, what a brain goes through with religious deconstruction is incredibly difficult and takes a long time. Brains filter information based on narratives and story, and so the brain doesn't know what to do when you've lost that story. There's attachment system disruption because you've lost your divine attachment figure. Your meaning network has been disrupted in the brain, which means the brain no longer knows how to set goals and accomplish them because it doesn't know what the hell it's doing anymore. There's huge amounts of heightened anxiety in response to existential uncertainty. Not only that, you're getting a lot of danger signals in your brain because you are losing your community, and it feels like dying because when you lost your tribe thousands of years ago, you actually did die. So when I go onto these podcasts, especially with a secular or atheist audience, I'm talking about how to work with your existential fears. I'm talking about nihilism. I'm talking about building up rituals for your psychological stability and frameworks. I'm talking about how do we borrow tools from existentialism and absurdism and optimistic nihilism and Buddhism and mysticism and stoicism to help you recreate a life. And so many people just say, like, you don't need to do that. Like, you're crazy and you're full of it. And I'm so glad, like, I'm so happy that you didn't have to do that. Like, I'm glad that secular people who are raised secular are just out there living their lives, and they're just good people because they want to be good people.
But are they good people with that attitude?
And they just know that they have this one life and they're doing their best to live it, and, you know, with their friends and family, and that it's no big deal. I just want to say to secular people, that was not the experience for everyone. I'm so glad you had that experience, but that was not our experience coming from religion, and that should be okay. Here's something that
also, I think there's like a complete, you're discounting all of the scientific doctors and educated people that utilize spiritual practices, and or like people around the world have discovered things that they haven't needed science to prove, but science confirms it. There are things that are true and you know that are true. You just haven't done the experiment, or you haven't utilized science as a construct to confirm it, but it doesn't make it any more false. And that's why the coolest thing about reality is that it will be provable. We will be able to prove it when we actually gather the tools to do that. We also have to get to the point where we have the tools to prove what we're observing. That's what, like, my levels as a framework, like, it's obviously an experience that many people are having. And now the question is what is the science that helps support it? Well, the science that helps support it is a combination of all of these things. We know we have data for the way, like, I was just reading an article about how meditation can be dangerous, because if you do meditation and you go into existential dread and you go through a nihilistic spiral, you can kill yourself. That doesn't mean you stop meditating. It means you meditate with care. It's like drugs. You know how people were like, oh my God, don't do drugs. It can cause you to kill yourself. So can religion. It's like, it's not a matter of, oh, don't do this thing, it can make you kill yourself. The question is what does it mean to do something in a good way so the result of it is a better life rather than a less better life? I mean, you could argue don't have children because some of the children will kill themselves, right? The idea is, like, when I think about what is the best thing to do, I think about probability for harm, and then I think about mitigating that harm, and then I think about, like, finding ways to, you know, better the experience, which is why I say do drugs, but do them responsibly. Have sex, do it responsibly. The issue is that we live in a world where we have one side, let's say conservatives, who don't want you to get educated on these things you want to experiment with, because they're saying just don't do it anyways. Not only are they saying don't have sex and don't do drugs, but they're saying instead believe in a God. Believe a man named Jesus walked the earth, collected a group of people, died on a cross and rose from the dead. Believe in that. Be bigoted, be discriminatory, do that, but God forbid, don't have a lot of sex. You know, it's like, oh, educate. My parents, the irony of my parents is they said, educate yourself, read books, have debates, question religion. They really believed that my evidence would lead me back to Christ, but it led me further away from him. The more I read, the more I researched, the more I questioned, the more atheistic I became. Now, I also found myself in the atheist bubble, and they were also fucking stupid. You know why they were stupid? Because they were arrogant. They had zero humility. Richard Dawkins is a perfect example of this. Modern day Richard Dawkins, the man of science himself, homophobic, bigoted, fucking Islamophobic, absolutely useless as a thinker in a modern day 2026. Absolutely useless, don't need him. In the Epstein files, like, absolutely unnecessary to talk to this man. And yet he got all of this social credit for being the scientist. His science might have been really helpful 30 years ago, but is basically stunted now. Okay? So, like, what are we talking about? Your science is only as good as the data, and this man stopped paying attention to the data and completely ignored it. This goes back to this idea of fat phobia, because I got a comment. I've been getting comments on my fat phobia video that we just did, and they were like, I just feel like your health has to be the priority. Guys, if we really cared about health, we'd be sleeping 8 to 10 hours a day. Do you know sleep studies that were done on men? Women need to sleep an hour, 2 hours more than men. But you don't give a fuck about that. You only care about health when it comes to fat people. You don't give a fuck about sleeping, working too much. The same people that say you shouldn't be fat because it's unhealthy are the same people that are telling you to work 80 hours a week and sleep 4 hours a night. Go fuck yourselves, huh? Go fuck yourselves, period. Thank you. Let's see. Ben, membership for 2 months, says, hi, Britt, happy Friday. Hi, Ben, happy Friday. Happy Friday, girls. Love it that you're here. Appreciate it so much. Ooh, I'm spicy today. You know why? Because I didn't sleep. Because I didn't sleep, I've got an attitude. Sleep is necessary. It gives you less of an attitude. See how much of an attitude I have today? Anyway, shout out to Britt Hartley. I've done a collab with her if you want to check it out. All right, girls, let's take a 2-second break. And when I come back, I'm going to show you this video that I found, okay? 2-second break. Let me put on Elvin's music because it's on a safe playlist because Samantha Dragonati yesterday switched to finance shows. I was about to get copyrighted, I tell you. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. Okay, let's see. Pausing 1, 2, 3. All right. All right. Do 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 do. Mhm. 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 I'm always interested when people find my channel, and I can always tell by the way you talk that you're not progressive. And it's so funny. Like, you can always tell who a person is. You know, not always, but I'm using exaggerated language here. I don't know how people find my channel, but obviously, like, there's 8 billion people on the planet. Everyone is different, and we're so reductive in our thinking if we think we can account for 8 billion people's lived experience, especially from a scientific bodily function perspective. Like, all these dogs in the world, and you don't think every single dog needs to be examined at the vet differently. Like, not all dogs are the same dogs, bro. Okay? Dogs have different things going on. Humans have different things going on. It's like, so funny. Okay. Okay, look, I was on YouTube. Okay. And it said abolish going home after we're done hanging out. And then I look at this channel. Let me bring it up for you. And it says Nebula. And I'm like, who the fuck? Nebula? Look, Nebula has a channel. This is the FD Signifier Nebula, right? Look, they have a channel. What is this? Is it like TED Talk for Nebula? I was so confused. So then I was like, well, we gotta fucking watch this. Okay. So let's watch it. Let's see what this is about. Oh, Discord said I just got served some videos from it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, Discord or YouTube chat said that was recommended to me too. You know what? Let's go. Let's see what it is. It's comedy? It's comedy. What? Let's see.
Hi to you. You guys came here all the way from Reddit, huh?
Oh, like a stand-up comedy? Uh-oh, I might hate it. Let's see.
What a joy. Yes, good evening. And I would like to say congrats to the other abolitionists. However, I came here to win. So let's do this thing. Okay, I bring to you the topic I think a lot of people will immediately get on board, hanging out with your friends. Who agrees? That is awesome. Yes, I love to hang out with my friends, but then there's an issue that sometimes happens. My friend, okay, imagine this situation. Jesus Christ, imagine this situation. My friends are with me. We're at my house, hanging out, and then at a certain point, they like to say, "Well, I guess I'll be going now." Okay, so abolish going home after we're done hanging out.
That's a lot of human beings in a
Thank you
room.
very much. Let me explain. Point number 1, I am very lonely. Let's dive into this more. More on my loneliness. Okay, point number 1, sub point 1. I don't have a girlfriend, not even a little bit. Trust me, you would know. Point number 2, I have a lot of friends, but I suspect they don't like me very much at all.
Oh,
Point number 3, I believe there is a curse upon my life. However, we don't have time to go into this further. Well, then, moving on. Point number 2, we were having fun before, so why would you leave and where are you going? Subpoint, I will miss you. Subpoint B,
when anxious attachment is kind of cute.
if you leave, then I might have to do chores in my house. Oh my goodness gracious. I don't want to do that. Okay, moving on. If you leave, I will get scared. I will get very scared. I will begin to worry that you hate me. And I will begin to think a lot of thoughts that won't be good for any of us. If
Okay, wait. This reminds me of season 10 of Love is Blind, Brittany and Devontae. Okay, which Dr. Karkanda kept calling Devonta, and I was fucking dying the whole time. I was like, it's Devontae. Anyways, listen. He goes, first of all, Devontae sucks ass. And he's racist, internalized racism. We know he's suffering, okay? Brittany, I love Brittany. I have a soft spot for Brittany, obviously. Goals would have been to have married a Brittany, but here we are. She goes, hold on. Let me just bring it up. Hold on. I got this saved. Hold on, girls. See, every guy who's toxic and a misogynist goes, oh, women like this are the worst. Like, they're so needy and attached. But I'm sitting here like, I think it's kind of endearing. Whoa, that was loud in my ear. I'm so sorry. It's probably very loud in yours. I was like, I think it's kind of cute. But also, I think, like, people are fucking stupid about the fact that, like, your partner should want to miss you. Look at this conversation between Brittany and Devontae. It's so stupid.
I know you're not somebody that's ever. I know.
Hello? Oh my God, I'm gonna have to kill myself.
I know you're not somebody that's ever going to be like gushing over me.
Yeah.
It's like not your personality, and that's something that like I've had to come to terms with of like accepting that like that's not
Yeah,
like how you show me that you think that I'm pretty.
that makes sense.
Obviously, I would like for you to tell me that you think that I'm pretty,
Right.
but I also know that that's not how you are.
The top comment was like, this is what settling is. That is what settling is, girls. You deserve so much more than a man. You have to beg to tell you you're pretty or touch you when you walk into the kitchen or kiss you on the forehead. Girls, please, I'm begging you not to settle for men like this, for anybody like this of any gender. I am begging you not to beg your partner to say that you are pretty. Jesus fucking Christ. And yes, chat, I really fell off Love is Blind. LOL, that's brutal. Listen, I don't know if it's the last 3 seasons or if I'm just growing up, but if they do not get their shit together and pick better candidates, I'm never watching this show again. And I am 10 seasons in. Somebody make an executive decision at Netflix and change something Lachey, Nick Lachey, do your thing. Make it happen. Vanessa, make a decision. Because if you make me sit through another season, I am so glad I stopped reviewing it. Because 1, the views were just not there. And 2, obviously the show is just not there. The show is just not there. Okay? It just felt so fucking stupid this last season. It's not even done yet, girl. I still have to sit through the new episodes. And like, I don't even know if they're out yet or the wedding's out yet. We only saw one wedding, which was, don't even get me started. Okay? This is Ohio. This is the latest season, Ohio. Brittany having to beg when Brittany is so fucking... Don't even get me started. Half these women own their own homes. Half these women are literally so professional. Okay? Half these women are literally like so great. And all these men are just like, I don't know. Do you do Pilates? I don't know, you're a doctor, but like, do you do Pilates? I swear to oh, and like, again, you don't want to settle. You do not want to be the kind of woman that's like, oh, like, he should have picked me. You don't want him to pick you, girl. You want him to dump you because you don't do Pilates. But I will never get over Brie. Oh my God, please tell me there's a TikTok. Hold on. This is my favorite thing I've ever seen in my whole life. Please. It's now, I say it now. It's like now a stim. Hold on. Find it. Let me find it. Oh my God. Hold on. Okay, I got you. Okay, so there's multiple men talking. This guy, his girl, the guy on the screen with the mustache, his girl is talking to this other guy named Chris, who's an asshole. But just listen to this.
Honor would have dropped me. I would have been out. Honestly, I would not go through this with anybody but him.
I separate side you like that.
Yeah.
This guy is literally telling her to leave her fiance. Chris is literally saying, pick me and not your submissive boyfriend, fiance. And she's like, no. She's like, I choose my fiance. And he's like, you like that?
Apparently, like, I'm Andrew Tate, apparently.
You're who? I think.
The crazy Andrew Tate guy.
Oh, I don't know that person.
Okay.
You're who? I don't know that person. I live for this.
Apparently, like, I'm Andrew Tate, apparently.
You're who? I think.
The crazy Andrew Tate guy.
Oh, I don't know that person.
Okay.
You're who? Oh. I've been saying that the last 2 days. Like, literally, my partner will say something. I'm like, I'm sorry, you're who? I don't know that guy. I don't know that person. Oh my God. Oh my God. Love that scene. Love that scene. You know what I mean? Like, don't even. Anyways, we're not going to watch this comedic girl. She's so sweet and so cute, but stand-up comedy is just not my thing. But this like cute, anxious attachment thing, honestly, we can work with that. I'm kind of into it. I think it's cute. As long as you've done therapy and as long as you're healthy, I think it's cute. Men who are like, oh my God, you're so attached. So, okay, Devontae goes to Brittany. Hey, I'm going to have to check out for a bit. I'm going to need like maybe a whole day or 2 days to myself, like no phone, no nothing. You know he is texting other girls. Sit down. Okay? There's no time in my life where I'm like, hey, I need 3 days away from my wonderful partner that I waited for 33 years to meet. Can I have 2 days without you? Can I just like have the whole apartment to myself now? Don't get me wrong. Sometimes we think about owning a duplex in which I'm on one side and he's on the other. Because sometimes I think that'd be kind of great. But then we'd miss each other. How annoying would it be to have to go to each, at the end of the day, I'd miss him too much. So maybe, in 20 years, right? But ultimately, I love him too much. And I want to be around him. Do we joke about it? Sure. But you know what we have? Okay, here's what we have. We have a main primary bedroom where I primarily sleep in 85% of the time. Then he has his office with a bed where he sleeps 85% of the time. Okay. But then, well, maybe it's less than that, 75% of the time. And then all the other time we sleep together. Okay. So a few times a night we're sleeping together, but the other times of the night we go to bed at different times. We do our own thing. And yeah, Discord said, so it's your bedroom. Yeah. Like the main bedroom is kind of like my bedroom. I call it my bedroom, but it's really our bedroom. But like this, and then this is my office, which I used to have a bed in and sometimes I would sleep in, but I moved the bed out because I didn't want to have bed on my stream. Okay. But this is my office and that's his office. And then we have a primary. And like, you know what I mean? Like I love sleeping together, but I also love having our own space. I just love being able to do what we want to do every day. That's what I love. I just love being able to do whatever I want every day because I'm a goddamn adult. That's freedom for me. It's like within boundaries, of course. But I think we're so, I really recommend it. I do not recommend feeling pushed into a situation. I do not recommend being forced into separate bedrooms. I recommend naturally allowing your partner to do what they want. Like if I want to stay up all night and watch Sailor Moon, my partner's going to come to me and be like, I think you should sleep. Like, he might say, like, hey, I think you should get some rest. I love you. And I'm like, I think you should not tell me what to do because I watch a Sailor Moon. Moon to your power. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I want to stay up all night, I'm 36 years old, and watch Sailor Moon, nobody's about to tell me to go to bed. Okay? If I want to stay up all night and play Pal World, okay? P.S. My sister and I were building a base together, and last night I was like, okay, I'm getting off. I fed all your fucking pals. You're welcome. And then she logged in on her own time and was like, okay, bro, I put some walls up on the base, and like, this is what I did. And I was like, guys, I'm really just loving this moment for me and her. It's super fucking cute. It's like the greatest, cutest thing I've ever seen because we're 9 hours apart. And I just love it. And I love that I'm going to work on it. And then when she comes back, she's going to see what I worked on. And I think it's so cute. And then on Sundays, we're going to play together because that's my day off. But like, it's so cute. And I'm so in love. I'm just like, I'm loving it. I'm just loving. I'm so grateful for the internet. I'm so grateful. You know what I mean? God, what would I do without the internet? What would I do without technology? Just, it's great. It's really beautiful. You know, what a blessing. What a blessing. What a blessing. Okay. I want to introduce you to fucking hell. We're in fucking hell. NBC did this story on looks maxing. Looks maxing. Girls, I got to sleep more because I yell a lot on stream. I shouldn't yell so much. Listen, look maxing is, I cannot believe it. Like, we are in hell. We are literally in fucking hell. Just, okay.
Looks maxing, a once obscure online trend.
Wait, hold on. Hello?
Looks maxing, a once obscure online trend, is moving into the mainstream, appealing mainly to boys and young men.
Pause. Looks maxing. Appealing to men and young boys. You know that stereotype, right? I go to the gym to work out to get girls, and then the reality is just a bunch of boys like you. Deconstruct centering relationships in your life and focus on growing as a person in a healthy way. Go to therapy, sure, go to the gym, do whatever you want to do. But the point is, you should be a whole person. The fact that the news is doing the same thing they did with Andrew Tate again, we always fall for it, don't we? We make loser men famous, and they know we'll do it because they know if they're sensational enough, we'll make them go viral. Same with every YouTuber girl on the internet, Gabby and Trisha and all those people. This is clavicular. I can't even say his name right. Here he goes, being centered at the forefront of it. Here he is. He sat there and went, how to get viral, easy. How to get famous, easy. He's following a script. That's why I say getting famous is easy. You follow the script, it happens. The point is like, do you want to do this with your life?
It's an effort to maximize your looks, often taken to the extreme. The goal, to achieve what looks maxers call ascension, or what they consider the optimal measure of beauty.
We're operating in a society that's extremely shallow.
What is happening right there?
Consider the optimal measure of beauty.
We're
I thought Ellen DeGeneres was banned from the internet. Is she back?
operating in a society that's extremely shallow.
Kareem Shami is a looks-maxing influencer with more than 2 million followers across social media.
We're not saying go past your genetic limits and go into extreme measures, but try to optimize your lifestyle around your appearance.
So what is the ideal male face? Controversial looks maxer Clavicular says he has an idea.
The most attractive man in the world, I would say that in terms of, harmony percentage. It's
This guy on the left, he's a total troll. He's a total cloud chasing troll. And all these boys, because guys, the money is stupid. I will say for the boys who are going viral, who are getting views, the money is stupid. Look, I don't get any views and I still make a full-time living doing this. Imagine if I was getting views. Imagine if I was getting views, how much money your girl would be making.
like a very objective thing. This is not really based on like an opinion of mine.
I gotta grift. I'm gonna grift. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure it out, but I'm gonna.
Would be Matt Bomer.
The actor's looks celebrated in online.
Yo, Matthew. Okay, but Matt Palmer is crazy. He's got crazy jaw, crazy face. Like he was. I mean, to be fair, all the girls and the gays love him. You know, he's a gay icon. Wait, do these boys know he's gay? Do they not know he's a homosexual? Oh my God, please. Wait, do they know he's gay? I love that. Are they like supportive of gay men?
Forums where looks maxers discuss their ideal appearance, a chiseled jawline, specific facial ratios, and eyes one eye width apart. Bomber himself does not appear
I mean, they're not wrong.
to be affiliated with the movement. And while some methods are focused on skincare or facial exercises,
start with your preferred
To be fair, women also have these bubbles. I've been in a lot of them on TikTok. They have like exercises for your cheekbones. They have exercises for like so many things, but it's not, it's less cringy. I'll say it. I feel like the girls know how to make it like self-care and like feeling beautiful, but the men always make it like looks maxing. It just sounds stupid. You know what I mean? But then maybe they look at the girl stuff and they're like, that's dumb. But I look at the girl stuff, and though a lot of it needs to be deconstructed, I just feel like it's better marketing somehow. Also, the women's stuff has been around forever. And also other countries have been doing this. A lot of Asian countries, I've been looking at the male beauty standards in other countries. Like, and men in America feel stupid wearing toupees and hair pieces until recently. Men in other countries have been doing it forever. They're like, you're behind. Men in America do struggle with plastic surgery or feeling feminine or getting Botox. Men in other countries have been doing it. To be fair, I think men in America move towards a more like masculine aesthetic. Now, Matthew Bomer is not what I would call masculinely aesthetically pleasing. I would call him more like metrosexual, femme mask. Like he's muscular and he's chiseled, but he's like gay beautiful, you know? So these boys, I guess, do mimic that, to be fair. Okay, interesting. Maybe they're a little bit more woke in a sense because they're not toxic and masculine. They're not toxically masculinely pretty. They're like, do you know what I'm saying? Am I making sense?
Facial cleanser.
Clavicular says he went to extreme.
Like, this isn't a masculine. I mean, this is a masculine type of masculinity. It is masculine, but it's not like farmer masculine. It's a different, it's not Joe Rogan.
Extreme measures to achieve his desired looks.
I've done like a lot of things like fat dissolvers, like I've injected lipolysis agents into my face, was a big one. And bone smashing.
And he's not alone. Bone smashing has become
I don't think they're doing it. Or if they are doing it, they're so silly. Like, that's so silly. Like, come on.
Increasingly popular.
Do you guys know about bone smashing?
People taking massage guns or even hammers to the face.
Smash them.
Don't piss me off today.
Balls, baby!
All to cause minor damage to the bone underneath in hopes that it will heal in a more pronounced way.
You're basically throwing the dice and hoping that it goes back the way you want it to, but you have no idea how your bones are going to rejoin themselves.
I was muted. Sorry. Jesus Christ. Okay. Chat says clavicular, whatever, is really doing it. But yeah, chat says also poor people's plastic surgery. Just get plastic surgery. I know, girls, I know. Just plastic surgery. Like, you know what I mean? Just get it. But see how they won't? Is getting plastic surgery more feminine than hitting yourself in the face with a hammer? Is that why they're hitting themselves in the face with a hammer? It just doesn't make sense.
We have no idea what the long-term implications are.
Experts say it's about more than just vanity.
In your research, have you found a negative mental health impact from...
You guys are like, it's cheaper. Are you serious? Is it cheaper? Like, I mean, is it cheaper in the long run, though? I don't know if it's cheaper. I don't know if I believe that. Because, like, is it cheaper? Are you actually getting the results you want? What about the healing process? What if you cause permanent damage? I don't know if it's worth the risks.
Involved in this community?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, there's a lot more negative mental health ramifications. They're developing body issues that they didn't have when they first entered the community. And they're seeing their...
Well, body eating disorders and body dysmorphia way up in boys. It's way up in guys. We used to think of anorexia as a girl problem, but it's actually up in boys because of social media. Boys are just as susceptible to social media. Obviously, that's why gambling is up. It's why Andrew Tate and bullshit like that is up.
Their body is fundamentally a very flawed and imperfect thing that is going to ruin their lives.
And looks max.
Chat said if it works, it'll make them money in the long run, which is true. I've made a video on this. People were kind of upset about it. But I think, I come from a very different perspective, hopefully a more deconstructed one, which is like, yeah, your looks can absolutely correlate to money and a lot of things in your life. People do treat people better when they're prettier, and all of us do it. You say you don't, but you do because your brain is moving faster than your brain can think. You have to catch yourself. It's like saying you're biased or prejudiced. Your brain is automatically biased towards pretty people. you don't have free will in this regard. You only have the free will, if you can, to meditate and deconstruct in real time the realization that you're making this bias decision. So you have, or this prejudiced thought is coming to your mind. So I don't blame them for thinking this. And I do agree we should deconstruct some of this. And I think there's a lot of layers to it, because I also think people get to live and look how they want, right? So I do believe in gender affirming care. And I do believe in, you know, your ability to get plastic surgery because you really want it. And I always tell my friends that are struggling, if my friend comes to me and says like, oh my God, they keep going back and forth over a nose job, I just say, stop. I want you to get a nose job when you're like very excited about it, the way you were when you bought your house or bought a car. Okay, I want you to be as excited and proud to buy your dream car as you are to buy your dream nose. If you are going back and forth about, oh, should I buy this car? Should I not buy this car? It's not the car for you. Okay, should I buy this house? Should I not buy this house? Stop, don't buy it. Should I date this guy? Should I not date this guy? Don't. If you are this anxiety ridden, if you are this looping on this thing, don't do it. Just wait until you really want it. Until it's really what you want. And maybe that day never comes, and that's okay too. And in that case, you have to start really accepting like whatever it is that you haven't accepted, right?
Is popular in online forums that often perpetuate dangerous concepts like misogyny, nationalism, even racism.
Race absolutely influences how these men are judging attractiveness. So every man of color is recommended to improve his attractiveness by making himself appear more white.
But despite the controversy, the industry surrounding looksmaxing is growing, with websites dedicated to selling supplements and products.
If you were talking to a parent of a 16-year-old who's worried about this,
supplements is such a boy bubble too. It's so interesting, which is why the word supplement gets such a bad rap. I realized when I was going plant-based and people are like, oh my God, are you going to get a supplements? That's pseudoscience. Supplements are fucking real, guys. Not all supplements work, but supplements are real. You can take iron supplements. So we're also associating faux supplements, like fake, basically, things that won't make a difference, with things that actually make a difference in your life. Please take your B12 supplement if you're a vegan. You know what I mean? Like, people they're not understanding like supplements are real. So like that's what happens, right? So Liver King, I did a review of him for Level 2 members. And he said that most of his money is coming from his supplements that he's selling. Now, again, do the supplements do something? Well, look at the science. Are they doing something? Because some are doing something. Okay?
Trend. What would you tell them?
Putting in the emphasis that they deserve to be loved no matter how they look, I think, is probably the most important thing.
Stephen Rumbo joins us in studio. Steve, I have two questions for you. Is this sort of a fringe online trend, or is this becoming more and more popular?
Yeah, it certainly started off very fringe and has been around for a few years now. But
actually, wait, you know who just got their own protein powder? Ballerina Farm. She's pregnant with her 9th child, and she just announced her new protein line. Example, conservatives love it. And I do too. I have vegan protein in my kitchen right now, girl. Okay. I have supplements in my medicine cabinet right now, girl. Except I know exactly why I'm taking them. But remember, this is the difference between me as a content creator and a brand. A brand, if I had a brand, like if I had a brand, then I would absolutely have an item to sell you. I would have something to give you. But I'm not there yet. And I also don't want to sell you things unnecessarily. You have to remember, these content creators, they're not content creators first. They are brands first. They are trying to make money. That is their first priority. I am trying to make good content first. And I'm trying to build a philosophy framework, right? So again, I obviously chose, I'm comparing it because we're in the same industry, but we're doing different things. So you have to be cautious about, okay, is this guy, should I buy this brand because my fave is telling me to buy it? Or should I buy it because it's a good product? And that's what I would encourage all consumers to do. The problem is consumers, they take shortcuts, which I understand, and they go, well, my favorite recommended it, so it must be good. Like Dr. Kirk Honda and a lot of people recommend BetterHelp still, but like I ignore that. I think he's wrong for taking that particular sponsorship deal. And I think he should do better research into BetterHelp, because even though they've done reform, every person I know who's ever used it said it not only sucks ass, but it's really not good. It's still not good. So I'm disappointed that some of my faves take BetterHelp or use it, but I would just say like, you know, that's why, you know, again, take your sponsorships if you want to take it, but don't take it, don't do it, don't pay it just because your favorite is recommending it.
But some influencers like Clavicular have gone viral with some of these clips and has really brought this
That's
into
so
the
hard.
mainstream, specifically bone smashing, which we mentioned in this piece, people hitting their face with a hammer. It sounds pretty silly, but when you hear some of the more extreme things that they're going to, taking testosterone, which can mess up their fertility later in life, all of these things seem very short-sighted. Something we've worried about a lot for young women is their body image issues, but now it really seems like we need to worry about young men as well.
People, especially
Absolutely.
young men, trying to look their best. I mean, this has been around for decades, right? What's different now? Is it the social media aspect of it, and it's just going to extremes?
Chad said, is BetterHelp better than nothing? Dang, that would be a good title. No, I don't think so. Bad therapy is never worth it. Unless you're the kind of brain that works from making mistakes. If you learn from your mistakes, then some therapy is better than no therapy. But I just think it's a waste of your money. You might as well just go look for a local therapist in your area, vet them yourself, and pay them. Therapy is too expensive for you to use BetterHelp when we know it just overall isn't good.
Because of social media?
Yeah, it really seems like it. An expert we talked to for this piece was saying that it's really the online community of looks maxing. They have their own terminology, their own language in a way, and they have their own rating scale for rating each other's faces. It really is.
Am I stupid? Doesn't look maxing also completely overlap with the trans community, like the ones on 4chan and stuff? Are those two? I know they're two different bubbles, but isn't there an overlap? Didn't we do a video on this like a few months ago? Like the trans community and looks maxing, and like, aren't they related?
Their own subculture that they've created. It's not just trying.
Shout out to my trans brothers and sisters. We love you.
To look your best. It goes beyond that in a way with a bit of their own cultural spin.
You know what I'm going to start? News maxing. What do you think about that?
I love it.
Ha! News maxing. Ha! Okay, Chet says kind of. Yeah, I guess, did we? I think we covered trans look. The terrifying world of looks maxing, incel obsessed turn check. Let's see. I read 472 studies on increasing physical beauty, what the female gaze really sees. Okay, yeah, I'm not really finding an exact one. Maybe I just mistook the two bubbles. But I'm sure there's some level of thinking, because I remember we did a video where they were thinking being feminine in a girl would get you more social credit. What was that called? You know, I will just say, look, at the end of the day, I really wish we would give men who are making content for men would give boys different options than playing into patriarchy. Until men who are these primary information spaces for young boys give guys different options, we will repeat patterns. Oh, wasn't it trans maxing? Oh, it might have been trans maxing instead of looks maxing. Oh, that sounds good, chat. Thank you. I think that is right. I think you're right, right? So again, anytime we are thinking about ways, again, life is not a game, but it is a story, and we are living history. And so like you can, whatever language you need to make your life good, you can call it a game, you can not call it a game, but you know, it's a game without any resets. It's an old school Nintendo game. There are 3 lives and then you're dead, or in some cases 1 life and you're dead, game over. So instead of trying to trick everybody and scam everybody and misuse everybody, just instead do philosophical work, ground yourself, do therapy, meditate, understand yourself. What are you doing on the planet? Zoom out. You're on a floating rock in space. Zoom in. You're a person in your neighborhood, right? Zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. Instead of jumping on a trend or jumping on a new, instead of spending all your money on supplements, spend your money on some supplements and focus on spending the rest on your education or an apartment or a job or a relocation or a relationship. Like you can save your money. You can do so much with your limited time on earth other than what I just don't think this is worth your investment. But you do you, because that is your life. Like that's the question is like, when you're 50, are you going to look back on your life and think like, oh yeah, this is who I wanted to be? And if it is, right? We can't stop you. But if you have so much free will that you are slamming a hammer into your face, I don't know, maybe use that for absolutely anything else. Right? And I get it because you probably think, well, women get plastic surgery or men get plastic surgery. What's the difference? You know, sometimes there isn't a difference and sometimes there is. Okay. It's like gym culture. There's toxic gym culture and healthy gym culture. Which one are you a part of? Okay. Because the idea behind trans maxing is that you'll be more successful, more attractive, and treated better if you present as a different gender, like presenting as a woman versus feminine male. Yeah, that's the thing is like, I do think there is a larger conversation to have about the way people treat you and making sure that the way people treat you doesn't override your desire to be authentic or who you are. So for me, I understand as a person who's, you know, my face is on display, my body's on display. I'm being judged for everything. I'm being judged for my room. I'm being judged for the chair I'm in. Every single thing that people are seeing of me, I am judged by the way I look. I have to also decide how I feel about that, how I think of myself. And, you know, there are definitely things that I do at my own pace. That's how I think of it. So as an example, there are things about the way that I look that I would ideally like to change, but unless it's in the budget, I'm not doing it. Versus some people might say, but if you change these things, you'll make more money, which could be true. And if I could get a guarantee, if I could make a bet, because I'm not a gambling kind of girly, but if I could bet that I would have an 85% chance of guarantee like monetization change, I might just do it now versus later because I want to do it anyways. Versus Brittany, am basically willing to do nothing that I wouldn't be willing to do anyways for my job, give or take a few details, like having a schedule. I'm willing to have a schedule, even though ideally I wouldn't have one. I'm willing to have it to be a better streamer, but that's different. There are just things we have to do whether we like it or not. So that's called being an adult and growing up. But there are things you do not need, okay, that you think you've convinced yourself you need. Like you do not need a Bugatti. You do not need a house with an ocean view. You do not need abs. You do not need a lot of things. But it is true that certain industries really tempt you. Example, in the gym bubble, gym influencers tell you that abs are like, if you have abs, guarantee viewership. Because abs are so rare on people, it is so rare to have abs that if you have them, you will blow up. And what people do is the influencers know they can't have abs year round. So what they do is they take thousands of videos, pictures, and then they post it throughout their off season because they're like, keeping up with this physique is impossible. But for the few that do it, 1 or 2 people that claim to do it 24/7, they're not the regular. So most people have to kind of like fib a bit. And then the audience gets into their head that, oh my God, you have abs year round. But it's like, no. So I get it. As somebody who's on this journey, I'm trying to get abs right now. If I can even have visible abs in the way that I think, because not everyone has the same visible abs. And I'm on that journey for funsies right now. And let me tell you, girls, I fully plan to end this journey once I get it. I'm just doing it for funsies. Because, you know, one time on earth, it would be kind of fun to have like really great ab photos. And then I'm just going to like move on. Because I'm not trying to keep my body fat percentage that low. You know what I mean? It's too low. And maybe I won't get there, but I'm going to try. And so far, so good. I'm 2 months into this journey and I'm finally seeing progress. 2 months. 2 months. I started late December and it's February and I'm finally seeing results. Is that 2 months? You know what I mean? I'm finally seeing results. So and I'm still far away from my main result. I think I'm still 8 months probably or a year away from where I really want to be. And then when I'm there, I'm going to get over it. But see how I know that? See how I know I'm going to get over it? Other people would literally dedicate themselves and run themselves into an eating disorder just to get abs. And I'm saying no abs is worth an eating disorder. I'm not going to do that to myself. Not that you did it to yourself, but I'm not going to put my body and my brain in temptation's way to say, like, I'm going to convince myself this is just justification for an eating disorder or anything else. Like, I don't want to do that. It's not worth an eating disorder. So if the only way I can get abs is an eating disorder, I'm not going to do it. If the only way I can become a top streamer is to sell out and harm marginalized communities in order to get to the top, I'm not going to do it. Right? And that's what you have to ask yourself. What am I willing to do to meet my goals? And if I'm not willing to do it, change your goals. Also, I just want to say, going back to the very top of the hour on this stream, that commenter who said, you said the S word that ends with a Z, as if to imply I have no right to speak about the N word. I just want to make it abundantly clear to you, the S word is not even near the hard ER word. And if you play with me one more time, because I just realized, is that the point they were making? Or were they trying to equate the S word to the hard ER? Because just a reminder, the S word has been used in multiple contexts and social situations. The N word has one fucking meaning. The hard ER has one fucking meaning. There is no variation of the N word ever being normalized in vocabulary that did not mean or come at the expense of Black people. Versus the S word, though uncouth and out of our vocabulary, had some place to explain 3 or 4 different contextual social situations. Which is why people have a hard time taking it out of their vocabulary, because they're like, but it works in this context. It's not, but the context is, right? So just for the fucking record, okay? Chat said, yeah, I think they did use it to dismiss your opinion. Yeah, if you used it to dismiss my opinion, okay? Chat said, I think they wanted a gotcha. I just feel like people do not understand anti-Blackness, so they don't understand the prevalence of the hard ER. And I'm specifying this because I know some people are like, what about the soft A? What about the A? What about the A? The A is a completely different context in which that's none of my business. The hard ER, though, you know that's wrong. You know that's so deeply wrong. You can't even justify it. Like, you can't even say, oh, they're trying to reclaim the hard ER. So, like, again, even the R word, some disabled communities have tried to say, like, should we reclaim this word? Look, if you want to use this language in private and in good company, it's none of my business. But in mixed company where we don't know what people are saying, you know what I mean? I don't trust it. But I don't think people understand, you know, how big of a deal this word is. Like, it's, and Black people can use it. They get to use it. If they want to use it, that's not my business. You know what I'm saying? Just like it's none of my business. Like, language is a construct. It only holds meaning depending on how you use the meaning. But the reason we don't trust mixed company to use the word is because you don't know where they're at. That's why, like, it's, again, there's a difference between private, closed spaces with friends and trusted family, and using it in public, using it in mixed company, using it in your social vocabulary. Like, all these things are so deeply specific, you know? Yeah, Discord says they think anti-Blackness is only about skin and not everything else that goes with it. And they don't understand that everything else that goes with it is so different. It is so specifically different and layered because, again, white disabled people have more sympathy and empathy from society than Black disabled people. The Blackness part of it, anti-Blackness, is so prevalent that what's his name? Jack? Fuck. What's his name? Richard? What's the guy's name who said the N-word? I forgot already. John. That guy, John, is a white disabled man. He gets better treatment than Black disabled people under white supremacy. And he might not believe it because he's been maybe beaten or harassed or dealt with police or had really horrible situations happen to him. And all those things can be true, but they're beating him up because he has Tourette's, not because he's white. And that's the difference. Okay? And that's why it's so that people have to understand, like, you cannot equate, they're not the same level of, and then the people say, oh, well, they're able-bodied Black people, so his disability takes precedent. His disability doesn't come as into play as you think it does in this conversation. And that's the dilemma, which is why I said you're not being disinvited to the hangout because you have Tourette's. You're being disinvited because of your attitude. Your disability, we understood and took it into consideration. Now we're asking about your attitude. Okay? And that's the problem. Okay? Anyways, okay. Speaking of which, oh, Lady Yo, oh my God, 5 memberships. Oh my God, congratulations everybody who got one. Love that. Thank you so much. Enjoy those emojis. Enjoy that membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lady O. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let's go. Okay, speaking of which, my Discord, to end Black History Month. Wait, is tomorrow the last day technically? Okay, well, I won't be here. So to end our Black History Month content, my Discord asked me to watch African philosophy versus Western philosophy. I'm here for it. Now, they put verses in quotations. So I think that's, something to pay attention to. But let's go ahead and watch this together. I'm stoked. I've been waiting. And apparently some of you have actually found, what channel is this? Hold on. I'm going to get there. Is it Godzilla? Godessulloh. I'm going to go ahead and share their channel. Small channel. Looks like they just started. Excited to see their input on this. Let's see. And then their sweater has existentialist on it, which is great. Okay, let's see.
Philosophy versus African philosophy versus Western philosophy. Here's a thought. Maybe you've heard it or some version of it at some point in your life. It goes something like this. African philosophy is radically different from Western philosophy because Western philosophy is premised on individualism and African philosophy is all about community. And so the defining feature of African philosophy is an emphasis on communitarianism, and that is meant to contrast sharply with the individualism of the West. So African philosophy and Western philosophy are radically different from one another. Now this is an interesting thought, and if you have never...
Ooh, I am interested into this. Chat says, holy shit, girl, someone gifted a subscription for my broke ass. I will watch BoJack Horseman videos. I will say, I don't know if they gifted tier 1 or 2 because I don't know how it works, but BoJack is available for tier 2 members. But if you can't watch BoJack, you can use emojis and you get streams on Mondays. So you get still something. If I don't know what it gifted you. But either way, and also Chad said I still can't upgrade. I think it's easier to upgrade on the computer than the phone. Either way, enjoy that membership.
Counted it. I have multiple times. And indubitably, I think anyone who hangs out in the African philosophy world probably runs into...
Did this man just say indubitably? Indubitably. Okay. It's been a while since I've seen someone say that, non-ironically. Indubitably.
This sentiment fairly often. Okay. And in this conversation, all I primarily want to do is problematize it, because this particular thought is very strange. But before I begin, I want to yap about a few things first. Thank you all for watching my initial video on African philosophy. Thank you all for your comments. Thank you all for sharing your reflections with me. It truly is unbelievably cool that that video got a decent amount of attention. It's also hard to believe that it's been around...
Also, I just want to say it looks like he's growing out his gray right here, maybe even on purpose. That is going to look so cool in the future. Just like black hair with one streak of gray right here. Oh my God.
6 months since I posted it. That's actually kind of crazy. I'm going to lay out my dirty laundry for a few moments here and say that, believe it or not, my initial plan was to record a part 2 to that video a month after I initially posted it. But then life happened and things happened and then things just kept happening. And so here we are now 6 months later with the sequel. Whoa. So I do apologize for that. It took me a while to actually get...
How old is he? Is he young? Is he like a college kid or a young adult? Like 23?
Around to doing this. But we are here now and that's wonderful. That's a vibe. I did want to say something about my intention with making these videos. I think that the African philosophy world, I think that the African philosophy debate is very, very interesting. And I've been in this world for a few years now and I've spent quite a bit of time with this debate. And I think that I'm still working on finding my place within the African philosophy debate. There are certainly some perspectives that I find more interesting than others, but I certainly think that highlighting the debate itself is something that is worth doing. And so in the first video, What is African Philosophy? In the caption, I point out that there are many ways to answer this question, and this is simply one of them. So we focused on some of the thoughts of Kwesi Wiredu and Pauline Hotonji. And I know from looking at the comments that not everybody was a fan of their perspectives, and I think that's totally fine. There are other ways to answer the what is African philosophy question. And I think in a perfect world, my goal with these monologues would be to highlight all of the different things that have emerged in response to this question. And in order to really bring out the philosophical insights here, I'm likely going to push back against arguments that I don't think are very good, and I'm going to highlight arguments that I do think are fairly resilient. And so as much as I'm going to do my best to present the perspectives as clearly as I can, I'm also going to engage with them fairly critically, and I hope that we all get a chance to do that as well. So those are some thoughts on how I hope these conversations will go in the future. Hello, it's me from the future. I'm recording this after recording the entire video that you're currently watching. And I'm doing this because I wanted to clarify a few points that you're about to listen to. Over the course of this conversation, I talk a lot about difference. And I'd like to emphasize what I mean when I talk about difference in this conversation. Over the course of this monologue, I talk about African phenomena and Western phenomena. And I focus a lot on continuity. That is to say, in problematizing this conversation between African philosophy and Western philosophy, I try to showcase how the boundaries between these two concepts are very troubled. Within these different traditions, you do find a lot of things in common. However, because I spent so much time talking about things that you can find in common, an obvious point arises: am I suggesting that there are no differences at all between these different traditions? Because this is obviously not true. Nigeria is a different place from the United States. Traditions across Africa are different from traditions across Europe. So because there are obvious differences here, you might wonder why I spend so much time critiquing the concept of difference. And so to clarify this point, let's talk about difference for a few moments. I think a good place to start is with the concept of the metaphysics of difference as expressed by the philosopher Olufemi Taiwo. Taiwo, I think, invites us to think critically about difference as a historically contingent reality and difference as a metaphysical metaphysical reality. This latter category, difference as a metaphysical reality, is what we should be suspicious of, especially where philosophy is concerned. There are differences, but where differences exist, they amount to historical contingencies, not metaphysical realities. And for Taiwo, the metaphysics of difference pushes a lot of people to believe that Africans and African phenomena are so radically different from the rest of humanity that when talking about African phenomena, we need a language that is radically different from that with which we talk about the rest of the world. So for instance, I can talk about my Nigerianness, I can talk about my Africanness, but the moment that I believe that my Africanness is a metaphysical reality within me, as opposed to the historical contingency that it is, we run into a problem. Because then we devote ourselves to the search for a radically different, a radically unique African personality, and I'm not sure that such a thing exists. In the same way there is no European personality, there's no American personality. These differences exist, but they are historically contingent. They are not metaphysical, ontological realities within us all. So even though we find communalism and communitarianism within African societies, they do not suggest that communitarianism is part of what it metaphysically means to be African. Likewise, when we find individualism in different parts of the world, it does not suggest a metaphysical identity. It suggests historical contingencies. For instance, there is the idea often attributed to Aristotle that a man
His audio and lighting is struggling pretty hard right now.
who lives in isolation is either a god or a beast. And this is because Aristotle fundamentally believed that as human beings, we are social beings. We need community to exist. And so any man that bows to individualism
He said anyone who lives in isolation is either God or beast.
is either lower than human beings, a beast, or higher than human beings, a god. And even if one wants to argue that at some point or the other in Western philosophy, quote unquote, it all became about individualism, that would be an argument exploring historical contingency.
It's funny that conservatives talk about being individuals all the time and individualism, but the moment you stray from the expectation of gender, all of a sudden, wait, what about the collective? Oh, all of a sudden, what about the group dynamic? Oh, all of a sudden, why are you defying my expectations? Oh, I thought we were all individuals, my bro.
It would be an error to say that individualism is intrinsic to Western philosophy, as much as it would be an error to say that communitarianism is intrinsic to African philosophy. In part 1 of this video on what is African philosophy, I talk a little bit about African time, and I think African time is a perfect description of this. Even if one were to argue that in different parts of Africa, people view time in a different way, that would not mean that it is in our nature as Africans to view time in this way. If we do so for traditional reasons, we must treat this as a historical contingency. And philosophically speaking, historical contingencies like this ought to be reflected upon, ought to be critically assessed. They need to be engaged with. We cannot simply accept them because they are part of our traditions. At least not if we want to do philosophy. Towards the end of Black Skin, White Masks, Frantz Fanon says something along the lines of, human beings when they are born are trapped in a cage of contingency. The great tragedy of mankind is that he was once a child. But growing up and entering into the world, for Fanon, involves a radical act of rethinking, a radical act of choosing what to keep and what to throw away. In other words, my Nigerianness that I was born into is a part of me, but it is not a metaphysical, ontological category. It is something that I can critically assess. There can be parts of my culture that I grew up with that I do not like, and I can choose to put them aside for moral or other reasons. And so when I critique difference over the course of this conversation, this is what I'm referring to, the metaphysics of difference, treating difference as an ontological reality as opposed to a historically contingent fact. And so I think that will be important to keep.
Is he saying the same thing that I often say about you are more than your body and your skin, and you are more than like your culture? Like there is a you that exists that is separate from these things, and that we cling to these things in order to make like sense of the world. We cling to these things to feel like this is me, but like you are also more than these things, you know?
Keep in mind as you watch the rest of the video. All right, now back to our topic for the day, African philosophy versus Western philosophy. Now, the thing with this particular conversation is that on some level, this is a weird linguistic thing. That is to say, the very terms we use to describe this debate don't really make sense, and it's not always obvious that we all mean the same things, even though we are using the same words. I think that more concretely, the way that tends to manifest itself is in the fact that when having this conversation of African versus Western philosophy, you tend to run into many strange questions that are phrased in a somewhat confusing way. So to be more concrete, let's start with a question. I've been asked this question before, and the question goes something along the lines of, what is the meaning of...
Well, hold on. Chet says it seems basic, but I guess it needs to be said. Can you expand on that? Because I actually think that concept is the opposite of basic. It's actually like is that basic? Like to say that you exist outside of your body? To say you exist outside of your culture? To say you exist outside of your skin color? I feel like that is not basic, right? Like I feel like that is advanced philosophy if you actually understand it. Right? So like can you expand on that? Why you think that's basic? Because basic would be more like you said as in being Black American is a historical context, not intrinsic. Oh, okay. I still feel like that is so advanced though. Like try to explain to a Black American who's completely tied to Black American history that like you exist outside of Black American history and not expect to feel like you were dismissing their feelings or, you know, not acknowledging their, like you have to deconstruct your bubble to know that. Like most people are identified from that. Like that's a really heavy realization for people to have, right? I don't know. I feel like that's why I think the two bubbles are most people. Most people are deeply rooted to their bubble, like their bodies, their genders, like their skin colors, like, and why wouldn't they be, right? It's how we're all raised. It takes a lot of work, I think, to deconstruct. So I would just make the argument that it's actually super advanced philosophy stuff. Now, the question is, do they have an embodied experience of it? Like, is this gentleman having an embodied experience of it? Or is he just saying it? Does he actually know that to be true? Right? Chad said, I feel like it's the first step of some old-timey racism, to be honest. Oh, maybe it could be basic from the bubble perspective of realizing that, like, in a generalized sense, basic. What is basic? Because you know how we, like I say, like, I don't think people understand that they exist on a planet. Like, you might think that's basic science. Like, people know they exist on a planet, but I don't think they know that. I'm not convinced people embodied understand they are living on a planet in space. I don't think people understand that. I think most people don't realize they're on a floating rock in space. I think people say they understand it, and especially a lot of atheists say it, but I don't think they actually know it. I think they understand it, but they're not actually, the world isn't living as if it knows, right? The world should be, that's why I say the world is a reflection of us as a whole. I would argue that most people logically might understand it, but they're not actually getting it, you know? So maybe it's like that. Like, so I hear you, and I think from a certain perspective, it could be basic. From another perspective, it's super advanced. So maybe there's like two ways to look at it. From like the two bubble, it's basic within the bubble's framework to an extent. But I don't want to, I caution us from doing the Britt Hartley thing, or Britt, that commenter for Britt Hartley was like, I'm an atheist, and it's so obvious that God's not real, versus recognizing how hard it is to deconstruct from religion to get to the point of realizing that, and then to take the arrogance of thinking, oh, I'm an atheist, it's so basic that God doesn't exist. But it's not basic that God doesn't exist. Most people around the world, billions of people, still believe in a God, right? It's actually very, very difficult to not believe in a God, right? So yeah, maybe it's something like, maybe I would caution us away from thinking it's simple in that sense, right? But I could see from some narrow perspective that it could be a basic in another way, I suppose, right? Chad said they have it stored as a fact, but it's not a relevant or embodied piece of information that influenced their lives or perception of. Exactly, right? Chad said, I mean, for someone engaging with philosophy, Chad said, actually thinking of my cousins, it would need to be said. Yeah, it never be said, never mind. Yeah, because even philosophy is so, like, how many men go, I'm a Stoic? And that, what does that even mean? You know, that guy in Love is Blind said that, he goes, I'm a Stoic. You don't even know what that means. You're identifying with a philosophical word. You don't even know what it means. Oh, I'm a nihilist. What does that even mean? So people say they are engaging from philosophy, but like, in which way are you engaging with philosophy? You know? So yeah, all of those questions. Good convo.
Of life in African philosophy. In the time that I've been talking about African philosophy things on TikTok, this is a question that I've received a few times. And I think over the years, my response to questions like this have changed quite a bit. And at this point in life, I'm not sure that I understand exactly what the question is asking. Because if you were to ask me, what is the meaning of life in Western philosophy? That is a very strange question. For the simple reason that Western philosophy is not a thing. Western philosophy is a very vague term. And I think that the idea that...
And it was created... Western philosophy is maintained right now as a dog whistle for conservative racists. People who think white men are the top of the food chain. So when I hear someone say like, oh, Western philosophy, I automatically are like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? You know, there's a lot to be said about that idea of like, what does that mean?
There are some core enduring themes that bind all of Western philosophy together is very strange, although it is very commonly expressed. Now, I do think that there are some things that bind what we call Western philosophy together, but it's often not what people seem to think it might be. So for example, when I began, I mentioned individualism. Some people suggest that the core tenet of Western philosophy is a reliance on individualism. And I think that's a very strange thing to say, and I'll talk about why in a few moments. But to return to this meaning of life thing, it does seem relevant to point out that the question, what what is the meaning of life in Western philosophy will not give you a simple, straightforward answer. Because to suggest that we could survey everybody in quote-unquote Western philosophy, from Aristotle all the way to Thomas Nagel, and get an answer to the question, what is the meaning of life, is preposterous. And so when I'm asked this question for African philosophy, my reaction is similar. Now, you might be thinking that I'm being dramatic here. When somebody asks me what is the meaning of life in African philosophy, they are not suggesting that African philosophy is one thing that only has one answer to the question. They are obviously asking me for a survey of all of the different answers that come out of different traditions from the continent. And the thing is, as much as I'd like to believe that that's true, a lot of the scholarship in the world of African philosophy makes claims that are very strange. And as much as I'd like to believe that that is true, I am faced with the reality that a good amount of scholarship in the African philosophy world seems to be predicated on the homogeneity of African philosophy, on the homogeneity of what some people call an African person, an African being. And so I think because I'm always struggling against homogeneity when I run into it in these discussions, whenever I impose the question, what is X in African philosophy, my homogeneity sensors kind of start tingling, and my impulse becomes to interrogate the question quite a bit. For instance, I was reading a paper in the African philosophy world the other day, and this is a sentence I ran into, and this is on the topic of Ubuntu ontology. Our interest in focusing on Ubuntu ontology is because of its affinity and its most legitimate representation of the African traditional conception of reality. Ubuntu ontology demonstrates African rationality and thus confirms an authentic African identity that was systematically suppressed during the colonial past and apartheid. In a lot of these conversations, there is discussion of an authentic African identity, of an authentic African tradition that was lost to colonialism. And some people within these conversations suggest that this is where we must turn to find African philosophy, in the authentic African character that was lost as a result of colonization. And in principle, I'm on board with this thought so far. And so the question then would become, what are the tenets of this African personality, of this African reality? And for many people in these conversations, the answer is communitarianism. The unique, the guiding, the fundamental feature of African philosophy is communitarianism. And a lot of
I got a comment on my chat the other day. I don't know if this person is here. I don't remember the username, but I don't remember exactly what they were talking about, because sometimes you guys leave comments on my videos and you don't timestamp it, so I never know exactly what you're referencing when I talk. But I don't remember them leaving a timestamp, which is why I'm guessing. But they said something like, I would caution you from saying humans have always been this way, as natives or indigenous people have not always been this way, and they've been caretakers of the earth, something like this, which I don't know what I was referencing or what I would say, but when I say humans, I do mean in a generalized sense. And I do think if you're the exception to this, you're not fully the exception. So if I say like humans, generally speaking, or XYZ, there will be exceptions, but the exceptions don't also negate flaws. So sometimes I do feel like there's this desire to uplift certain demographics or communities as like having figured it out. And the issue is like no one's figured it out yet. And so the idea that we should go back is always a mistake. We should always move forward, because all of our ancestors have problems, right? There is not something like we figured it out and then colonization and white people came and ruined it. We hadn't figured it out. We're figuring it out still. There is no going back. There's only moving forward. And so this like myth of, oh, well, these people figured it out. They must have figured out something, just like we figured out something now, but we obviously haven't figured it all out. And so there's like this myth we create around to escape the feeling that we are burdened by through capitalism and colonization and all the other negative things. It's like we're so burdened, beat up. We're just like, oh, I wish I could just have this magical system and this magical philosophy and this magical thing. And that's the answer. And that's what we need to make our whole identity now. And again, it goes back into that thing of like, oh, you know, that person on stream who asked me the other day, like, oh, what do you identify as? And I was like, whatever's left of that. Whatever's like more than that, you know, because I take sort of a radical personal belief that we're animals on a planet, literally. And so therefore we are simply just living creatures, like having an experience. And this, yes, we create constructs and we build homes and we build society and we maintain governments. And yet we do that because we're not introspecting. We do this because we're not thinking, not to say that we wouldn't do it, but to say that it would look different. Like somebody said to me the other day, don't you think it's dangerous to live in a borderless world? And I was like, a borderless world doesn't mean a world without rules. It means a world without what you perceive as whatever you think borders are now. It's not that. It's like saying like abolish the police, abolish prisons doesn't mean we won't have laws or rules or safety measures. It means abolish the system at play that you think is here. Oh my gosh. Okay, if I find this thing, trigger warning, if I find it. Let me see. Do do dee do 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 da do da do da dee do da dee do da 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 dee. Am I gonna find what I'm looking for? Am I gonna find what I'm looking for? I found it. Trigger warning, prison systems, trigger warning. This doc exposes Alabama's horrific slave labor prison system. Okay, it's really bad.
The public can see the conditions in here. Cover up all the drug addiction.
Man needs help, for real. Addiction is real.
And the atrocities and the corruption.
Look at this. The riot team. They just beat some folks. See that? Man, that man bloody. Damn, man.
When you hear Department of Corrections, you think about an institution where people are going to classes, people are getting treatment, people are doing things towards correction. But that's nothing close to what's going on behind the walls of the ADOC.
For the record, when people ask, like, why don't you think your parents do anything about the predators in the family? It's because they don't want them to have to end up like this, and neither do I. I don't think anyone should end up like this. Okay? And also keep in mind, though my brothers have problems, okay, and though they did things that were so deeply unethical, it's not whatever you're imagining where you're like, oh my God, I do not care. These are the people that with the right prevention and the right care can be better people. But they not only fucked up and made a disgusting choice, they're doubling down because they're terrified of this. People won't get better if they're terrified of the accountability. Now, there are situations in which the person has done something so egregious that, like, I don't even know how you're going to come back from that, except to say that you're going to put yourself in a facility. I don't think what my brothers have done would warrant lifetime facility, but it would warrant a title of predatory, because that was what that was, and a title of you need to make amends, and a title of giving back. Because again, like, there are levels to these things. And I do think the reason my family won't own what they've done is because they are terrified, because it's like, oh, well, if they're this thing, then they have to go to prison. But if we downplay what they've done, then they're going to repeat it. And I'm saying, stop. People need the ability to move forward with their lives, and that will look different for all people. I'm not saying they'll go back to their old life. I'm not saying any of those things. But I'm saying, don't put me in a position where I have to out you as a predator, except to say that, like, don't put me in a position where I give you to the mob. I don't want to give my family to the mob, because this is what the mob does with your family members. And this is bullshit. This is disgusting. People should not be treated this way. I don't care what they've done. You cannot treat people this way and call yourself the better person. You are not a good person if you support this bullshit. I don't care what they've done. And it's so sad to see somebody's kid, somebody's brother, sister, whoever, in these situations. Abolish prisons. When we say abolish prisons, we're saying abolish this fucking whatever led to this, throw it out. It's bullshit. And you know it's bullshit. You know it's fucking bullshit, because you would be fucking terrified if it happened to you. Nothing in life should be so terrifying you wouldn't want it for yourself. If the system is good, you shouldn't be afraid of getting caught. If the system is good, then justice will have some moral framework to liberate its people. It should never feel like a punishment being caught doing something wrong. Maybe emotionally, but it should never actually be scary and terrifying. Not literally. Like, maybe internally you're going through it, you don't want to face yourself, that's terrifying. But you should not be literally afraid. That's why I don't think a resisting arrest should be illegal. I think if you can't catch them, that's on you. But like a resisting arrest is abused time and time again by police officers. They'll just like, oh, they were resisting. They were not resisting. Oh, they were resisting. If you're going to abuse resisting arrest, you can't hold people accountable for running away or even doing not running away, right? So again, like, it's bullshit. So when we talk about prison systems and abolishing, this is what we're talking about. But all people hear is like, what we're going to do with the crazy criminals? You know? It's just crazy.
People embrace that because they want to contrast it with the
let me turn it up.
individualism of the West. And it is here that we find our problem. And this is for the simple reason that communitarianism is not unique to Africa, and it does not categorize Africa in the same way that individualism does not categorize philosophy in the West. You find elements of communitarianism and individualism philosophically in the West in the same way that both can be found in Africa. You can go as far back as Aristotle. Aristotle believed that we as human beings are political animals, and we can only truly flourish when we come into society, when we form a state. Of course, Aristotle had a fairly specific view on what the polis, what the city-state was meant to look like, but it certainly was built on the coming together of a community of different families to form a society. Likewise, here's an excerpt from On the Vocation of a Scholar by Fichte. Fichte was a German philosopher who lived in the 1700s. It is one of the fundamental impulses of man to be necessitated to assume the existence around him of reasonable beings like himself, but he can only assume their existence under the condition of entering into society with them. The social impulse thus belongs to the fundamental impulses of man. It is man's vocation to live in society. He must live in society. He is no complete man, but contradicts his own being if he lives in a state of isolation. And I think to all of you who are familiar,
Not to make it about that John guy again, but it's not even about him. It's about the people who identify with him. You're so terrified about apologizing when you tick that I think it aids in the harm amplified when it comes down to the 21-year-old who texts a 16-year-old. Like, you are so terrified of the repercussions of thinking of yourself as a predator that you won't give yourself the ability to make amends. And it's like this whole fucking cycle that it is, you say, oh, like he made a choice, you made a choice. Free will is a very debated topic for a reason. If we had all this free will, then why the fuck are we out here trafficking people? Then why is the world the way it is? Why are you doing road rage? Why are you fighting with people in parking lots? I just saw a video of a couple blocking a school bus and they refused to back up because they just had an attitude that day. Like, you want to talk about free will and people make choices, and I'm saying, why did you make that choice then? And if I have to ask you that question and you don't do the work to answer it, like, what does that even mean? You know what I'm saying? It's like we can't even have the conversation that says, why did you make that decision? And they'll say, oh, I didn't make that decision. You didn't make the decision to tick, but you made the decision not to apologize. And the fact is, you keep saying he doesn't have to apologize. So you're saying he doesn't have to apologize for things he can't control. Okay, but what about when people have a stroke when they're driving and they crash and they kill someone's family? Would it not be nice if that person was like, I'm so sorry that this happened. I'm so sorry I killed your family. The stroke, yeah, they shouldn't be held for murder. Not even manslaughter, honestly. They should be innocent. You had a stroke and you crashed somebody's car. There is no punishment to give because no amount of jail time is going to bring that family back, and you had a medical emergency. But you should fucking apologize. It says, I'm so sorry for your loss. When somebody dies and I go, I'm so sorry for your loss, I'm saying, I'm so sorry this bad thing happened to you. I'm so sorry this thing happened. I'm so sorry this negative thing happened. Okay, if we want to build society that gets better, we have to apologize for the pain we are witnessing, for the pain we might be causing, for the unnecessary pain we might have caused, or for the unintentional pain we might have caused. Okay? So again, we can apologize without taking it upon ourselves or identifying with the thing we did. If you drink and drive, and again, as a person who was a DD, as a person that took keys away from a lot of drunk people, I didn't always know at the time how much of it was like a choice. That's why I'm pretty empathetic to drunk drivers, even though that seems ironic, because I am empathetic to the fact that when you're drunk, you do things you might not know you've done. Okay, or you might do things that are outside of your character. And I am empathetic to that as a person that, like, when I drink, and I don't drink often, like, I get very giggly and very annoying, okay? And I've been told there are certain levels of Britney high and certain levels of Britney drunk that people are like, you're too much. And I'm like, my bad. Because I don't want to be that person. But yeah, I can be like annoying. Like, I'm very like loud and, and that's not really me when I'm not that way when I'm sober. I'm just, so again, I can be empathetic and also say you should do everything you can to not, if you know when you get drunk, you drive, you can't get drunk anymore. Right? Because I know I'm annoying when I drink or when I'm a certain level of high, I don't do it around certain people. It's called consideration, hoes. You're considering. Okay? Just like be considerate. Okay? And so that's the part that people aren't doing because they feel like, okay, because you know why? Because you grew up in a religious home, you're fucking traumatized. Your conservative parents probably told you children are meant to be seen and not heard, and that you think that's consideration. Or you were raised in an environment that told you, you know, you just being present is like taking up space, and you've been told not to take up space. And so you project that and you're rebelling and you want to exist in the world where like you don't have to apologize for just existing. And I know that's exhausting because we've all had to apologize for existing. But what happens when you're on the other side of it? What happens when you're on the other side of a liberated city or town or country or community, and you no longer have to apologize for existing, but you do still have to apologize? I still think apologies exist in a liberated community. Okay? All right? Chad said, there's a YouTuber I watched with a seizure while driving and he crashed his car into another car. The person in the other car died. He apologized and lost his license, but didn't get jail time. That's so sad. Yeah, that's devastating. What a risk, you know, what a horrible situation. Yeah, like I remember my friend was in psychosis and they drove. And to this day, I am just so grateful that they neither hit nor killed anybody, or they didn't end up in prison because the prison system wouldn't have understood it. I would have been devastated if my friend went to jail because they hit someone in their car on psychosis. Like they literally were in psychosis, like medically diagnosed psychosis. And to this day, like I am just like so grateful because, you know, oh my God. And you know what's crazy is like, I told them, I was like, you stay home. We're gonna come get you. Okay. You stay at home. I'm gonna come over. I'm gonna come see you. And they're like, no, don't. Like, I'm fine. I'm gonna go see my parents. I was like, no, don't go see your parents. Your parents will come get you. I'll call your parents. Don't go. And I was hours and hours and hours away from them. I was nowhere near them at the time. And I called everybody and I was like, I don't know where they are. I think they might have gotten into the car, and there was nothing to like, we didn't know what was going to happen because I was like, stay home. Okay. And then they drove and we didn't know, like we weren't sure. There was a lot of unsure. And keep in mind, people are terrified to call the cops for a reason. You have a really good reason to be terrified to call the cops or call 911 or call anyone because they are not trained. They could kill your loved one, right? So it's a lot of pressure to make a decision in that moment. You are under an incredible amount of like guilt over every direction because we don't have a system that understands. And so there's a lot of like, what do you do? What do you do in that moment, right? And so anyways, they had made it to their parents' house and they ended up talking to the neighbors. They got there before anyone got there. The parents didn't get there on time. Nobody got there. Like it was just a miracle they got there on time. Okay, they go to the neighbors and the neighbor calls their parents and goes, hey, your kid's at my house and they're just kind of being unique. They were being a little unique. And right away, we were like, oh my gosh, we're going to come get them. We all get there. Okay, I got there hours later. Okay, their parents got there first. Their parents got them. And people could tell because the neighbors knew my friend. They knew them. And so they were like, they were being a little different, you know? And we eventually didn't know what was going on at the time, right? Keep in mind, we don't know what's happening. Oh, keep in mind, I had no idea it was psychosis. I just knew something was off. So keep in mind, I didn't even think to call the cops or do any of that because I didn't know. This is all thoughts in hindsight. In hindsight, I'm thinking what I would have done. But I didn't know. We didn't know. This was our first ever experience with psychosis. I didn't know what was going on. I was like confused. So remember, there's layers to this, right? I'm telling the story a little out of linear. So you might be like, well, why didn't you do? I'm just, you know. Anyways, we're just so grateful that we went to the doctor, that we relied on medical care, that we had a diagnosis, that we had medication, that we had a come down, that we understood it was weed-induced psychosis. So if you are a weed smoker, please be careful because for some people, they will enter psychosis if they're overusing, undersleeping. My friend was overusing, undersleeping, and in isolation because it was lockdown. They were just having the trifecta of a perfect storm and a biological component that just triggered something in their brain. Okay. And they are so lucky that they had friends, family, and a system because God knows if my friend did not have a system, if they did not have people, a community, they very well could have ended up unhoused or just every time I think about like all of the ways it could have gone badly, like, oh my God. And so, you know, when I see people on the street or I see people, I just think like, you know, ugh.
with Ubuntu discourses, this is almost word for word what the Bishop Desmond Tutu says in his definition of what Ubuntu is. A person becomes a person through other people. A solitary human being is a contradiction in terms. We need each other to be people. And I think a lot of conversations in African philosophy hop on this idea, which is fine on its own, but for some reason it is typically put forward as a unique contribution to the world from African philosophy, and it simply is not. You find elements of communitarianism within Confucianism, you find elements of it in Hinduism, you find the very idea of a moral community in Kant, the idea that Western philosophy is categorized by people pushing individualism, and so African philosophy shows up with a radically different way of viewing the world that focuses on community, is simply inaccurate. It misses out on the complexities in both of these systems of thought. For instance, in African philosophy conversations, every so often people talk about the concept of Chi found in traditions of Igbo people groups. Now, there is some debate as to how best to articulate what Chi actually is, and there is definitely not a single story about how this is meant to work, but one of the most common stories that is found in the literature is the idea that Chi refers to a personal deity of sorts. So everybody, in a sense, has their own god that they serve that exists within them. That is an oversimplification of this. But this metaphysical principle, even in the literature, is presented as a fundamentally individual one. And some people relate that to part of the reason why Igbo people groups traditionally have existed in city-states that were independent of one another. So philosophically, people point out a radical individualism that exists within Igbo metaphysics, if we can use that term. And so in the same way that we find strands of individualism within the African philosophy world, we also find strands of communitarianism within the Western philosophy world. It would be an error, I think, and a very critical one, to believe that communitarianism is African philosophy. And the reason for that is that I think it puts some pressure on people who are trying to get into African philosophy, because it suggests to them that when you go looking for African philosophy, your goal should be to find something that is radically different from Western philosophy. Your goal is the hunt for difference. And hunting difference is not the aim of philosophy. I think that if you approach African philosophy conversations with as open of a mind as you can possibly manage, you will find that there are commonalities all over the place. And that is not a bad thing. A few moments ago, I mentioned how it's possible that some of these problems are the result of language. So sometimes in order to make a point simply, we use shorthand, and the shorthand kind of distorts the message. But it's fine, because generally speaking, everybody understands what we're talking about. So for instance, some time ago, I was reading a book that was not written by a philosopher, but she was dealing with a lot of philosophical themes, and she used a term that was something along the lines of the concept of free will in Western philosophy. And she was contrasting that with notions of free will in other traditions. And I thought that that was a very weird sentence, because my immediate thought would be, what is the concept of free will in Western philosophy? Free will has been debated for at least 2,000 years now. I do not know what somebody means when they say the concept of free will in Western philosophy. Now, kind of as a side note, I should note that one of my professors...
What I mean when I say it, the concept of free will, according to Western philosophy or through the lens of Christianity, is this idea that you 100% have control over every action you take. That you have the free will to make a choice. It was, you know, they always say this in Christianity, like God gave you free will, but also if you don't choose him, you'll go to hell. And I think those things are not contradictory. I know a lot of non-religious people always say, like, isn't that contradictory? I don't think so. I get what he's saying. I get it because I was raised in it, I think. I understood the message as, in the same way that I'll say it to you, you have free will not to rape those people, but if you rape those people, I'm going to throw you in prison. But go ahead, girl. You have free will. Make a decision. That's what he means. And I'm saying, I wonder if people have free will not to rape people in all circumstances. I don't know. I would assume many of them. But I think the concept is too advanced, I think, for where the world is right now, because you won't even acknowledge rape, you know, let alone to have the conversation about free will and rape. But I do think there's something to be said about, like, the concept of free will. And what it says is you're 100% responsible for your actions and able to make every detail of that action. Right? But I don't really believe that. I don't think people... So, like, you know how we've been talking about that John guy with his tics? I think Tourette's exists as a medical condition, and I think human beings have a version of non-medical Tourette's. Meaning, I don't think we have control over what we do or say some of the time. But we don't call it Tourette's or a condition because it doesn't exhibit the way that his Tourette's does, which is a real medical condition, is a neurological disorder. But I would say that we also, without a disorder, do act and say things like, you know, like I have ever since I was a little kid, I would drop and break dishes. So the expectation is that Brittany will break something. Be careful when Brittany holds something. When I carry something in the house, my partner's like, you got it? Do you need help? And I'm a 36-year-old adult. And it's because as much as I think I have control over my body, sometimes my hands just let go of what I'm holding. And it's been that way since I was a kid. And nobody in my life ever said, they like, oh, Brittany's choosing to drop it. They literally were like, because they'll be there with me. They'll see it happen. They're like, sometimes my brothers will be like, oh my God, you're so fucking stupid. And I'm just like, look, but they're used to it. They're so used to it. They know I'm not doing it. They know I'm not doing it on purpose. But maybe to somebody who doesn't know me, they're like, oh, you're doing it for attention. Girl, you think I'm bringing my own dishes? I mean, maybe somebody's out there bringing their own dishes for attention, but then that's mental health, right? That's a version of that, right? So I'm very empathetic, right? Chesa sounds like dyspraxia, which is common with autism. Yeah, my partner feels like it's dyspraxia. It's the first time I ever really learned about dyspraxia was dating my partner. And they're like, that's what they call it. That's full on what they jump to. They're like, dyspraxia. And I'm like, it makes sense though. Like it explains so much about my life, dyspraxia. So I'm not formally diagnosed, but I do just call it my dyspraxia because that makes sense for everything that's happening in my life. And it helps, I guess. Chad says, do you think it's how we process? We say ignorant things until we figure the answer for us. Partially, yeah. I mean, I think the issue is like, because I always go back to the framework that we're animals on a planet. It's like, it's like that, like, okay, if you have a child that's badly behaved, people blame the parents. If you have a dog that's badly trained, people blame the owner. If you act badly and there's no one to point at, like, who do you blame? You could blame your parents, even though ironically enough, your parents eventually go, well, like, it's not me anymore. But it's kind of always you, but it's always kind of me. It's always kind of us. It seems to be part of our makeup that human beings express themselves this way. I mean, the fact that this is my job, the fact that he is talking about different frameworks of philosophy, the fact that I and you and I are watching this man, the fact that my viewership went down the moment we started watching this guy. Did you notice it? You probably not. I did. At least 50 people disappeared over the span of watching this guy's video. One, probably because it's boring for them. Two, probably because they don't understand what's happening. Three, because we're not talking about looks maxing anymore, right? Four, maybe it's because he's black. Who knows? Maybe it's racism, but I doubt it. It's probably just like philosophy, big words, boring, right? A lot of things. So the fact is, like, I've been noticing, because I wondered if watching his video would bring down the viewership. And then, you know, there's all these other layers to it, right? So, you know, we don't know yet all of the things we could know. And that's what I'm interested in. If people have free will, then why is the world the way it is? And if the world is the way it is because we have free will, then why are we choosing to have the world that we have? What human being, if you interview every human being and you go, is murder okay? And they go, no. But yet, you know, is racism okay? They'll be like, no. Okay, well then, even the white nationalists go, it's not racist to care about the white race. Okay, I'm not racist. It's not racist to care about the white race. So then what's happening? That's how I think of it, more or less. Like, I don't have the answer, but based off of the data that I'm seeing, I would say that it seems to be that this is the process of existing, is we just are. And then the idea is to have a deeper relationship with your biological experience instead of trying to ascend past it, right? Going back to that old panel I did a while ago, probably been 2 years now, I don't even know, of the men on the panel saying we ascended our biology, we built rockets and went to the moon. Or was it always within our nature to go to the moon? Right?
Tends to use the term Euro-American philosophy in place of Western philosophy because he believes it more accurately describes what people think they're talking about when they use the term Western philosophy. Because the concept of the West is a bit nebulous, it's not obvious what we are referring to when we're talking about the West. Because perhaps we're talking about the United States and Europe, but are we also talking about Mexico, which is in the West? So is Mexican philosophy Western philosophy? What about Japan? Japan is typically seen as a Western country. Is Japanese philosophy Western philosophy? So I think in the name of clarity, it does make a bit more sense, I think, to use the term Euro-American philosophy to more strictly refer to what people seem to be talking about when they mention Western philosophy, philosophy that has come out of Europe and has come out of the Americas. But even these terms do not do justice to the complexity at hand. Take somebody like Schopenhauer, who was a German philosopher, but got a lot of inspiration from the Buddhists. So Schopenhauer is Western philosophy, but he was inspired by Eastern philosophies. I think we can use these labels to give us all a general sense of what we're talking about, but I think we should always have at the back of our minds how problematic these labels are and how they really do not accurately map onto reality. We can also have an entire...
Oh, interesting. Chat says, I haven't really thought of Japan as a Western country. That is interesting. Yeah, wait, that's a great point. I do think of Japan as a Western country. I think of Japan as a lot of things, but I do think my brain, yeah, could see it as a Western country. It depends. Yeah, it depends on the context for sure. Yeah, it does depend on the context. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, interesting.
Debate about the difference between African philosophy and Africana philosophy, because there have been debates on this as well. There are debates on African studies versus Africana studies. What exactly do these terms map onto? In what senses do they illuminate? In what senses do they...
Let's say Japan is a part of the colonial core.
Obscure. I think that these are always questions to keep in mind when using...
I mean, Japan definitely has a history of following suit, okay? The way they took indigenous Japanese people and ostracized them and, you know, modernized in a very particular way. I mean, there's a pattern there.
These terms. And so to go back to the African philosophy versus Western philosophy thing, I think the key question here really is, fundamentally, is African philosophy radically different from Western philosophy? A few moments ago, I said that one of the problems of this way of thinking is that in some ways, this question can send you into the world of philosophizing with preconceived notions of what you ought to find already baked into your mind. If you believe that the name of the game is finding difference, then it would be difficult for you to set your mind free to go out into the world and see what sticks out to you philosophically. And so there are times in the African...
I was watching a therapist say, guys, I'm telling you right now, what you think about, you bring about. She didn't say it in that way. It's my mom used to say all my life. But if you think negative thoughts, your brain will look for those negative thoughts. If you think to yourself, I am stupid, I am X thing, I am negative word here, you will start to see and have an algorithm, and like the algorithm is a reflection of where you're at in your life. Think about it that way. That's why when you go on dates and the guy pulls up his algorithm and it's all Andrew Tate, you go, think about it for yourself as well, girlies. If you open up your YouTube and your algorithm is always a particular way, what does that say about where you are in your life? What are you watching? The algorithm gives you what you want to see. Now, I know a lot of people feel like the algorithm also pushes certain things, which I could agree, but see, this is what I mean to say. If you wanted philosophy, this stream would have more people. At the height of my stream today, I was at 180. I'm down to 150. 30 different people left that were here before. And I'm saying, as much as you think that's the algorithm pushing other things, it's you. You left. Why did you leave? And it's okay if you left, but 30 people don't normally drop my stream unless the channel is not an interesting topic. I know this because I'm a YouTuber. When I have a bunch of people watching and I have 250 people watching because I'm talking about Hassan, and I stop talking about Hassan and it goes down to 180, you came for Hassan, right? That I know the world keeps saying, it's not my fault, it's the algorithms, it's not my fault, it's the apps, it's not my fault. It is your responsibility, though, to acknowledge that the moment something started happening, you're like, oh, I'm not into this. And say, I'm not into this. Own it. Say, honestly, Britt, I'm not into this. I would rather you talk about Hassan. I would rather you watch, like, dating shows. I would rather. And then we can really have a conversation, right?
Philosophy debate where somebody makes a claim and they are attacked for being too Western because what they are doing does not sound African enough to count as African philosophy, even if they are dealing with African phenomena that are relevant to the continent. The idea that some people hold is that for something to be African philosophy, we cannot find any real resemblance of it anywhere else. It must be fundamentally unique to Africa. And I don't think that's reasonable. I don't think that standard quite makes sense. I don't think it makes sense to put young African philosophers in this box. I think we should give them the tools to critically assess the phenomena they run into in the world and then set them free to hold on to whatever they find interesting. And I really do think that where philosophy is concerned, the name of the game should not be the discovery of difference. We will encounter difference on its own, whether we are looking for it or not. I don't think that that should be our measuring stick. I don't think that that should be the criteria that should be met in order for something to be considered African philosophy. Because I do think that there are some ways that we talk about African phenomena where we suggest that they are fundamentally unique and cannot be found anywhere else in the world. So to take a Nigerian example, every so often I get a question about Nigeria's corruption. People talk about corruption in Nigeria as though corruption is unique to Nigeria, as though Nigerian corruption is a special breed of corruption that you can't find anywhere else. And my response is always that the real problem with corruption...
Yes! Oh my God, this is actually a big pet peeve of mine. Because people do that with America too, and they really romanticize the fact that I don't live there right now. They're like, oh my God, is this so nice to get away from American corruption? Do you guys not know the memes about Balkan corruption? There are whole meme channels dedicated to the bureaucracy of corruption in the Balkans. You're not unique. You think you're unique because you want to dream that you get to live somewhere without corruption. Corruption is everywhere. It's everywhere, you know? And that's what I'm saying. Like, without talking shit on these countries, especially one that's letting me live here, corruption is everywhere. You know what I mean?
In Nigeria is the fact that we do not have the infrastructure to fight against it. But corruption is a human problem. It is a political problem. All societies have corruption. The corruption problem is not unique to Nigeria. Now, once more, you might accuse me of not giving enough grace to this question. You might say that when people ask me about corruption,
like, remember when BLM they found out one of the chapters was taking money from the chapter, and everyone was like, "Oh, see, they were being racist." You think black people invented stealing? But they do, don't they? Even though they know white people, everyone's stealing, right? It's like, we know this. But like, that's the point, is like, you have to be able to see that and be like, humans, man. Humans gonna human everywhere, huh? Everybody does it. Are you on my side of TikTok, where a certain trans activist has also been accused and pleaded guilty to stealing? We're waiting for the updates. I'm waiting for April. Her court case is in April. I'm being patient. I'm waiting for the details. $100,000 to possibly allegedly redo her closet. Shopping sprees and food. Listen. I will wait till April to see what the court says. But human's gonna human.
Nigeria. Nobody is saying that corruption is unique to Nigeria. They are simply saying that Nigeria has a corruption problem. So when I say that, well, every nation has corruption, I'm just missing their point. You could say that. But at this point, I have to reiterate what I said earlier. The language that we use matters. And it's unfortunate that I feel as though I've read enough articles, academic and otherwise, that explicitly mention Nigeria's corruption problem as a unique thing to Nigeria. And it's possible that these things are simply said as a matter of rhetorical flourish, and nobody actually believes that they are unique to Nigeria. But it is strange to find these things in print. It is strange to find these ideas out there in the world. Because to reiterate what I started this train of thought with, every so often, when I'm asked about corruption in Africa, generally speaking, people tend to explicitly pose the question as a uniquely African problem. I think that the overemphasis on difference in the search for philosophy really does make us miss the things that we have in common as human beings. There are many strange things that happen in the Nigerian states today. And even the most ridiculous things that you can think of are still not unique to the Nigerian experience, still not unique to the African experience. So, case in point, there is a minister in Nigeria who, whenever he gives a speech, he has backup singers that sing songs about him. And the strangest thing about it is that it is songs that you typically sing in church. So they are Christian songs and they sing them about him, but they replace the name of God with his name. So these backup singers just basically sing worship songs to him with his name in it. And it's a very peculiar thing. And once more, the way some people talk about and write about religion in Nigeria, you would think that the pathological manifestations of religion are unique to the country, but they are not. In some parts of Europe, in Sicily, for example, in the 1800s, you had people basically singing church songs for Karl Marx. You had people naming their kids after him. You had people revering certain Marxist figures as religious beings. And don't even get me started about religion and politics in the United States. If you really want to see some of the most pathological things in the world, that is a perfect place to look. But once more, the reason why religious pathologies in the US, the reason why corruption pathologies in the US are different than Nigeria is not because of something unique to Nigerians or unique to Americans. It is a matter of infrastructure. It is a matter of political systems. What is needed is not the search for a unique Nigerian personality. What is needed is an understanding of different systems of the world.
Okay, hold on. I don't mean to interrupt him mid-thought, but hold on. Try to get this for you. Hold on. What's that guy? What's that guy from Lord of the Rings? Who owns a Aragorn? What's his name? He owns a publishing house and he speaks Spanish. Oh, fuck me. Hey. Oh my God. Viggo Mortensen. Thank you, fucking chat. You're so smart. You're the only person. I can't fucking remember anything. Carl Marx. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? There is this scene with Viggo Mortensen, who's a dad, and he has a family that celebrate Karl Marx's birthday. No. It's Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan. Hold on. No, it's not Carl Sagan. It's not. Wait, who's the one that we just? No. It's not. That's why I'm not finding it. It's not. It's Who's the guy that we just watched debate Curry about utilitarianism? Wait, this is so fun. I have to show this to you. There's too many male people that I know the names of, and I can't even think this. Who's the one who believes in aborting disabled babies? Who's like vegan and thinks you should give extra money to the poor? I can't. Oh my God, my brain is absolutely pausing. I just hold on. No, not Carl Jung. Singer, philosopher, Peter Singer. Woo! I got it, girls. This is Peter Singer birthday. Well, let me see if I can get it. This is what we live for. I think it is Peter Singer birthday scene. Is this it? I swear to God, it was it. What is this movie? I saw a clip. Okay, Viggo Mortensen plays a dad that celebrates holiday of, I swear it's Peter Singer. Stupid. Oh, wait. Is it Captain Fantastic? Wait, you guys said that in chat. Is that what it's called? I think it is. I think it is Captain I've never heard of this in my life. That's why it's throwing me off. Chat, you said that. I think you said it, didn't you? Cinderella, please. Captain Fantastic birthday scene. Oh my God, it's so funny. I swear to God, I tried to save it for you, but I don't see it on my saved list.
Psychosis.
Oh, that's so loud.
Ignoring a sister who left.
AI stuff. Do you know the scene I'm talking about where the son's like, why do we celebrate this guy's birthday every year? It's so stupid. And then he's like, well, if you'd like to make a good argument for why we shouldn't celebrate it, I'm willing to hear you out. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's so funny. It's so funny. Fuck. Okay. I can't. Oh, it's Chomsky. Is it Chomsky? Wow. How many white men? How many white men do I have to reference? It is Chomsky. And now he's in the files. Wait, you're so right. What is it called? Captain what? Fantastic? Oh my God, it is Chomsky. Wow. What kind of... I found it. Thank you, chat. You're so smart. No other audience would have been smart enough to find this clip, and you are just so good. You're so good. You're so smart.
A crazy person celebrates Noam Chomsky's birthday like it's some kind of official holiday. Why can't we celebrate Christmas like the rest of the entire world?
You would prefer to celebrate a magical, fictitious elf instead of a living humanitarian who's done so much to promote human rights and understanding? Okay, well, let's have a discourse.
Forget it.
No, explain. Take the opportunity to make your case. We're all open to hearing your arguments. If they're valid and you persuade us, I'm sure we'd all be willing to change our minds. Right?
Yeah. Use your words.
Oh, you just know that family's insufferable. Yeah, debate bro, the dad. That is the ultimate debate bro. I see your point, and as a utilitarian, I'll take it into consideration. If you can prove it benefits the majority of people, go ahead, son. Why should we feed you dinner? Like, you know, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is the old, like, this family would make me want to kill myself, but I think it's so exactly how it feels talking to certain people on the internet, where I'm like, shut the fuck up with peace and love, okay? With peace and love. Oh my God. That shit made me laugh. I'm going to share it with the Discord. The link is kind of long. I don't know if I can post it to YouTube. I'll try. Oh my God, I was dying though. Oh, all of that work just to get you guys that clip. But that's what I'm saying is like, I feel like people are engaging in philosophy and they're like, I get it. And I'm like, you don't get shit, bro. You don't get shit. Where's the liberation in this philosophy? See how your child is literally miserable? Where is the liberation in this philosophy? Make it make sense, okay? Guys, I just want to say you're my new favorite human to have on for company while I do my morning rituals. Y'all are lovely and I'm happy to be here. Love having you here. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. Oh my gosh, Chet said this movie really spoke to my younger self at the time. And I remember I showed it to my sister and she did not get it. I definitely want to watch it. I don't know when, but eventually I want to see it. But that scene made me so angry in the best way possible because I was like, this is what it's like debating certain comment sections sometimes. Actually, is having sex with a child really that bad? If it benefits the child and the adult in question, it's like, I'm gonna make your case, and if it's good enough, we'll change how we act. I'm gonna fucking, I don't believe in violence, but I'm about to throw these hands. Oh, anyways, okay, let's go back to our very calm philosophy friend here.
And asking the question, how do people solve the corruption problem? How do people solve the problem of religious fundamentalism? And I think to have Nigerian philosophers asking those questions instead of trying to find ways to point out how different Nigerians are will be a more beneficial use of their time. Now, some of you know that I have a lot of conversations about the concept of Afrocracy out there in the world, the African democracy question. And I think the African democracy question is one of the clearest examples of people searching for difference where they could be searching for other things. Some people have argued that the reason we have many dictators in Africa is because there's something about the African personality that wants to bow to a king. It comes from our traditional past. Africans do not naturally do well with democracy. We want a king because the African personality desires to be ruled by one person. These are actual arguments that people have made in writing and in speech. And this is used to explain why there have been many dictators on the continent. Now, this explanation is weird because, once more, dictators are not unique to Africa. Even our brand.
Sorry, I would just like to make the point that they wanted to celebrate Chomsky's birthday, and Chomsky's now in the Epstein files. He flew with Epstein. So the irony of that clip as well is like, you would rather celebrate a fictitious character than a man who's dedicated. Yes, I would rather celebrate Santa Claus any fucking day than any goddamn man. Give me old Saint Nick girls, who actually technically was a person, but give me old Saint Nick any day, girl. Give me ho, 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 down the chimney we go.
Dictators that are really, really annoying are not unique to the continent. And so this move of explaining African phenomena by appealing to a unique African personality tends to make us go astray. It tends to make us ask the wrong questions. It tends to make us look for solutions to these problems in the wrong place. Now, after all of this, you might still say that African philosophy still needs to be radically different from Western philosophy, though. And one way that this is obvious, as some people have suggested, is, well, African philosophy is based on orality and Western philosophy is based on the written word. And so at least in that sense, there's a fundamental difference. And some people suggest that Western philosophy tends to privilege the written word over and above the spoken word. And the idea here seems to be that once you start writing things down, there are certain philosophical insights that
Well, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? Super chat from WF says, I love men. I love cowboys, farmers, and rural men. Am I being trolled? This person has commented a lot on my channel. I don't know who they are. Yeah, this person commented a lot. Is this you with a different username? Are you the same person? This person's commented a lot on my channel. I can see your history. Are you and Lashes the same person? Because you guys say the same things, or are you just trolling? I mean, thanks for the super chat, I guess.
You will lose. And so African philosophy has a unique approach to philosophizing because it is more naturally geared towards oral traditions. Now, this is...
Though I will say, I'm just bored at work, sorry. Okay, because I will say I'm not the kind of YouTuber that loves trolling. So if I get enough of it, I don't need your money that bad. I will block you. Like, I will say, a part of me, yeah, I've had chatters in the past that will throw like $100 my way just to annoy me, and I will block them. So proceed with caution.
probably going to have to be the topic of a much longer conversation. I think this conversation of the difference between oral cultures and written cultures is an interesting one to go down into. But because this is a conversation about philosophy, I think it's an interesting thing to reflect on. Because Pauline Hotunji, who we talked about last time, in one of his writings, has a comment where he says something along the lines of, it is possible that philosophy can only truly emerge in cultures that have writing. And this is in part because in oral cultures where...
Though, of course, I could just do what other YouTubers do and completely ignore my super chats and not give you any special shout out. That says, do you get your money back if they block you? I keep their money regardless of what they try. YouTube is very good about keeping money, unlike Twitch and PayPal. Because a lot of, on PayPal, one of the controversies is like people will donate and then they'll ask for a return. YouTube doesn't fuck with you. YouTube is very strict about returns. They're like, no. Trying to dispute a YouTube donation is very hard. That's why I just do it. You know what I mean? So people try that. This guy a while back gave like $100, $200 or something. And then he was mad because I was like, I'm going to block you. He's like, if you block me, I'll refund. I was like, block. And he never refunded. If he tried, I got his money. I Googled it, and apparently YouTube is very good about getting people their money because they don't want to deal with you. They're like, you know, but PayPal has fucked over, like people will donate like $10,000 and then like PayPal gives such a long time for returns that the money will come out of their account months later. And now YouTubers are in the negative on their PayPal. That's why I don't use PayPal for my stuff. You know what I mean?
Memorizing things is necessary. It's possible that most people spend their lives memorizing.
Chat says you should keep their money if they're trolling. Well, not only that, the dilemma is men do feel entitled to abusing you on stream because they are paying you. So I have this rule in my OnlyFans as well. One time this guy showed up on my OnlyFans and he's like, you're a dumb fucking bitch. And I was like, oh, you can't talk to me that way. He's like, I can if I'm paying you. And I was like, block. Now, the only thing with OnlyFans is if you block people, they do get a refund for the month, which kind of sucks. So basically, that does kind of suck that I have to read their shitty messages and like, but it's not often. I rarely have somebody like that come to my OnlyFans. Very rarely. But that's the problem with a certain type of donator is women especially the men feel entitled to yelling at you and calling you names because they pay you. And I'm saying it doesn't matter how much money you give me, you can't do that. So that's why I'm saying like, please proceed with caution because you're contributing to a culture that might say you're not just like trying to be cute, but it's an entitlement to derailing the conversation, gaining attention, saying things that are like borderline inappropriate, you know?
Things, and they don't always have the time to critically.
Just as that click to block must have felt very satisfying. Oh, it did.
Interrogate these things in the way that you need to in order for it to count as philosophy. And I think in a very basic sense, Hotunji is right here. Imagine a world where in order to give a presentation in Plato's Republic, you had to memorize the entire book. After memorizing the entire book, then you can make arguments against it. That would be untenable. The fact that we have Plato's Republic as a written book right now means that I do not need to memorize the whole thing in order to critically engage with the whole thing. And because this is part of a series where we're discussing what is African philosophy, we would now need to say a few things about.
But he just said because we have Plato's work written down, it doesn't mean I have to memorize it in order to engage with it. There are debate bros, there are philosophy bros who get a lot more social credit for quote having read the book because they can like memorize things off the top of their head, or they memorize like 5 or 6 quotes that makes them sound smart. And the rest of us who have read all these things, right? The rest of us who have read all these things get discounted as having read them because on the spot, people are like, oh, what do you remember? Girl, I read that book like 10 years ago. And that's the other question. If we went to school 20 years ago, should we not have to review stuff? Are you allowed to reference a degree you got in the 70s as valid for 2026? Like, should I have had to, like, how often do I have to reread a book before I can reference that I've read it? Because it's kind of true. I read those books like 20 years ago. It's true that I don't really remember it, but if I read it again, I'd probably be like, oh yeah, I remember reading this. So that's what I'm trying to also say, like, maybe we should normalize repeating, like rereading stuff, not only rereading, but re-listening, re-consuming, maybe. But then if you keep rereading the same book, you'll definitely never get to the new ones. And so there's always like a double-edged sword where like, yeah, I should reread this 1,000-page book. And also, you know, so lots of things to think about, right? Discord said a lot of professional jobs you're forced to refresh. For sure, by your board. Yeah, definitely, which they should. There should be refresher courses. But it begs the question for the regular people, for all of us who don't, that's not something that's necessary for our field. It makes you wonder like, oh, should I be doing this of my own volition, right?
about what philosophy is, and if nothing else, philosophy does seem to involve this element of critical engagement. One could argue that whatever philosophy is, it is more than knowing stories, it is more than knowing proverbs, it is more than knowing myths, it is having the ability to critically interrogate those myths, those stories, those proverbs. And so in a world where there was no writing, we can see how it's very difficult to do this properly. And also, personally, I don't think I like the distinction between oral societies and writing societies. I don't think that this dichotomy exists. This is a false dichotomy in my view, for the simple reason that, to my knowledge, there is no such thing as a culture that started writing, and as a result of that, they stopped talking to each other. In other words, the choice is not between an oral society and a writing society. The choice is between an oral society and a writing and oral society. Writing tends to emerge out of oral societies. And once more, to my knowledge, when people start writing stuff, they don't stop talking to each other. A writing society is one in which you get the best of both worlds. I'm a PhD student, and I have a few exams over the course of my degree, and they include both a written section and an oral section. I write a paper, send it to my committee, they grill me on it, I defend it vocally. Societies that have writing get to have it both ways. There is nothing stopping me from memorizing Plato's Republic right now if I want to. There's nothing stopping me from passing it down to my children orally if I want to. But if I don't want to do that and I just want to critically engage with some
Audiobook conversation coming back into the conversation, you know, is it reading if you're reading an audiobook? It's a deliverance of information. At the end of the day, whether you're reading it or listening to it, you're engaging different parts of your brain, but you are consuming it. You are engaging in the work.
sections. I can because we have the book. And so I think when we talk about orality in African philosophy.
Also, I think it's really important to say things out loud. Like, just to put this into mental health or something else, you need to get the words out of your mouth if that's the way you communicate. Like, we need to get the words out of our mouth. We need to get the words out on a paper. We need to be able to express ourselves. Expression is very important for processing. It's why meditation is a physical and also a mental exercise. It's why you move into positions. It's why you move your hands a certain way or you get into a position. Our bodies need to the best of our ability, we need to engage every part of ourselves that we can.
There are many interesting conversations to be had here, but I think one conversation that we should try to avoid is suggesting that there is something special about the orality that gives African philosophy its unique flavor. Now, people can make this argument, and again, some arguments are more interesting than others on this topic, but I think that when this argument is premised on this desire for difference, I think it does obscure a little bit more than it illuminates. Because as much as there are many critiques that people have against writing societies, I think it's important for us to acknowledge the benefits that come from a writing society. As I mentioned, one of the biggest ones is that you do get to have it both ways. So if the choice was between a society where people just talk to each other and a society where people just write to each other, then I think that would be a very strange thought experiment. But as I say, this is a false dichotomy. That is not the choice here. The choice is being oral and written. And I think the second option is certainly more conducive to philosophy. So the final point here then will be some reflections on what African philosophy might be in light of all of this. So across the continent, you find many traditions, you find many myths, you find a lot of folklore, you find a lot of proverbs, you find a lot of very interesting cultural motifs. And I think it's possible that philosophy emerges the moment we begin to critically examine these cultural motifs. A good example for this really is Plato's Republic. The way Plato's Republic is structured, it's basically Socrates talking to a bunch of people, and they are reflecting on the
It's really great. You should read it.
Of their day. They are reflecting on Homer. And Socrates is basically saying, all right, you know that the myths say that the gods are kind of capricious, but it doesn't really make sense for us to view the gods as capricious. So let us abandon certain parts of the myth. Let us innovate upon them. Let us try something new that might be more conducive to creating a good society. And it is in this practice that we start finding what counts as philosophy. You could make the argument that before Socrates, what we mostly found were myths, were vibes, were general reflections on life. But then when you start to reflect on these myths, when you start to reflect on these vibes, when you start to reflect on the art of reflecting itself, we start getting something closer to what we call Greek.
Okay. How many of you, when you poop, look at your poop before you flush it? You don't have to answer. There are two types of people. People who don't look at their poop and people who examine their poop. For medical reasons. Okay. That's what philosophy and introspection feels like to me. Some of us examine and some of us flush away and hope for the best. And I'm saying I'm not about to hope for the best. I'm going to examine. I'm looking. Okay. And I want to know. So when the doctor says, what's your stool been like lately? I can go, I'll tell you. When somebody says to me, oh, what do you think like this? Or why is that your favorite? Or how do you feel today? I go, let me think about it. Okay.
Philosophy. And so I think the ultimate question in the African philosophy world is, do we want to take our cultural ideas as our philosophy? Or do we want to start critically engaging with them, disagreeing with them, providing critiques of things like Ubuntu, providing fundamental critiques of communitarianism? Even if it is true that communitarianism is the backbone of the African being, which I don't think it is, but even if that was true, it would be the job of African philosophers to interrogate that. What does that mean? What should that mean for our politics? What does that mean for our ethics? Should we adopt that in every semblance of our life? Is communitarianism on its own good for us? What would it mean to introduce individualism into our political discourses? This would be the role of philosophers. The role of philosophers would not be to seek out fundamental African difference and champion these differences unquestioned. And so just as Western philosophy includes so many different things, in an ideal world, so would African philosophy. It would not be bound by the constraint of trying to make everything communitarian. Within quote-unquote Western philosophy, you find fundamentally different views on God, on freedom, on the state, on politics, on morality, on individualism, on communitarianism, on all of these things, because Western philosophy, quote unquote, is nothing more than a fundamental conversation of people trying to make sense of the world. And because there is no view from nowhere, African philosophy engages in this conversation, starting as it does from the continent. Now, there's more that can be said about all of this. But for now, on the question, what is African philosophy? And on this topic of the difference between Western philosophy and African philosophy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to say we're not different. Our differences fundamentally don't come from our bodies. They come from our cultures or our beliefs or the frameworks we examine and hold on to. It also gives you more power to change things. The dilemma is that we are dealing with a population that believes there are inherents, like men are inherently X, women are inherently Y, or that, you know, human beings are inherently XYZ. And that's why it's hard for me too, like, to even live in a world where people say like, oh, like, don't you think like none of this matters? And I'm like, matters is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Like the word matters is doing so much work. I don't even know if you realize it, because we put so much of an emphasis on the word matter. Like, oh, well, what does this matter? And I'm not saying it to be dismissive. I think a lot of people do that. Like, oh, what does this even matter? I'm asking, what does this matter? It must matter. You're saying it, we're doing it. We're, you know, even if I'm talking to my partner and they're telling me a story and I go, yellow, safe word, why does this matter? I'm not asking to dismiss, I'm asking to understand. And I think the dilemma is that we often think like, oh, you're thinking too deeply about this, or what does this matter, or XYZ. So there's like a layer to this that I think is important, that there is an inherent difference between us as people anywhere on the planet. We're all the same. The differences come from the frameworks we attach ourselves to. So people will often say on the levels like, oh, Brittany, could a rural community, a tribe that's never been contacted by, you know, quote, civilization in quotations, could they be level 5s? And I'm like, sure, why not? Because again, the association of my levels when I first introduced it to the internet, a bunch of boys on the philosophy side of YouTube were like, so you think you're a level 5, but like, I'm not a level 5. It's like, yeah, being a level 5 isn't braggable. You can't be a level 5 and brag. There's nothing braggable about being a level 5, because it's not about being, the problem is that men in these bubbles tend to want to be the best so they can brag, instead of like having a deep, that's why I think a lot of like faux philosophy stuff does really well on YouTube. Like, what's the meaning of your life? Like how to overcome insecurity, like how to sleep better, how to be productive, like all of this self-help mixed in with productivity, mixed in with like philosophy stuff. It really brings in views. But the dilemma is that like, it's not so you can brag. It's like looks maxing even earlier. Wasn't this all about like really the desire to brag almost? Like what's the point of it? Oh, I want to be successful in life. Yeah, but you know, you don't have to do this. You can be, it's kind of interesting.
Philosophy. These
Let's
are
finish this up.
certainly some thoughts.
Oh, damn. Okay. Now, first, I just want to see the first comment says, thank you, algorithm gods. It's so cute. That's so adorable. I've recently started studying philosophy more seriously. I'm a trained engineer, and I'm genuinely surprised at how rigorous it is. The methodology feels comparable in seriousness to scientific reasoning. Oh, absolutely. Claims are accepted and rejected based on structured arguments and careful analysis. I did have a friend once say Brittany does science, and I don't want to take on that mantle of saying I do science, because I definitely have a different perspective on what that means. But sure, the scientific method is absolutely a requirement for good philosophy. And also, I wouldn't say I'm doing science, but I would say that, yeah, like there is like something really oh, there's something so good here, you know? There's something really, like, we're really doing something. I just don't know what it is yet. I mean, I think I know what it is, but we're doing something, you know? Okay, here's the deal. Here's where I'm at. I want to watch this next video with you. I wanted to watch this video with you. I'm a bit tired. Oh, do I have the spoons for this video? I want to watch this with you. Let me take a break and let me see where my spoons are at. Let me maybe even grab a little snack and then I'll see where I am. But I definitely want to watch one more video with you and maybe two if I have the spoons. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, hello, I'm back. Pausing music in 1, 2, 3. All right, I ate a little bit of a protein brownie, so now I feel like I have black things all over my teeth. Don't judge me. Okay, let's watch this video and see where I'm at. I do feel a little bit better. Ugh. I really just didn't sleep as well as I wanted to last night. It's okay. It's okay. Let's watch this video. So, okay, big news in the queer community. This is for the gays, the theys. There's a new dating channel, new dating show on the YouTubes. I saw an ad for it, not an ad. I saw a TikTok for it on TikTok. Wow, I'm probably gonna have to check out after this. And it's called Closet Space. It's called Meet Kate. This is episode 1. Let's see if we like it. It's really short. Let's see if this is something we should subscribe to and watch as a community. I don't know, but you know I always like to support the gays because we don't have enough representation as it is. So let's see how this is. Let's see if we like it or not. Okay. Okay.
Hi, I'm Kate Hernandez. Welcome to Closet Space TV, our queer dating show where we ask contestants to bring in objects to showcase just what's in store for their potential lover. Right now, we're going to welcome our main dates. Please welcome Kate.
I'm Kate. I'm originally from Kansas City, but I'm here in Springfield for school at Missouri State. I want to be an art teacher. Crocheting is my big thing. I'm a crocheter. I want someone who likes crafts as much as I do.
Cute outfit.
Kate, how are you tonight?
I am so good. I'm a little terrified, but we're going to have fun.
Wait, is the microphone purposely shaped like a vibrator? Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, we're gonna have so much fun. What terrifies you?
Rejecting people.
Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Holy shit. Okay, production.
Tell us just a little bit about your dating life.
Ooh, my hair has occupied like half of the color wheel in the past few months, if that tells you anything. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hey, we're probably in a room full of art students, so that's okay. Are you ready?
I think I am. I've been watching a lot of old dating games, so.
Perfect. Well, good news is that we have 4 contestants picked out for you, each closet containing one of them.
Hi, I'm Madison. I'm a psychology student, and I also work food service. I am from upstate northern New York, and I am looking for someone I can drag along to the many hardcore shows I go to.
Hi.
Pause. What is a hardcore show? What does that even mean?
Hey, I'm Alia. I am currently a student at Missouri State University, and I'm studying acting and public relations. I'm from Wendyville, Missouri, a nice little rural community. We have the river, the woods. For me, I really value a person who is supportive and who has like exciting like goals and ambitions.
Hi, my name is Drew. I'm an art education major at Missouri State University.
Oh, Chad said hardcore is a music genre, I think. Oh, like hardcore. Okay.
University. I am from Republic, Missouri, and I'm looking for a girl who I can just...
Okay, this is the Midwest, yes?
Kind of explore things with, be creative with. I like to laugh, so just a good laugh.
Hi, my name is Mars. I'm going to school to be a cosmetologist, and I'm from Baltimore, Missouri, and I'm just looking for someone to spend time with and spend the rest of my life with, hopefully.
Aww.
Closet Space is a fairly easy game, so you'll learn quick. First up, we just have some categories for you. Of course, we have skeletons in the closet, a red flag item, panic button, which is just a deal breaker item, and then severed hands, just a chance for you to get a little hand foreplay in there. And then code check, which is something you always have.
This is cute animation though. Their production is pretty good
on you. And
this is like a 500 subscriber channel. Wait, hold on, let me check. Yeah, 500 subscribers. Like this is like a small production, but this is pretty good for a small production. Honestly, not to talk mad shit, and I don't mean to do that, but I just watched Austin's show do his version of like who's gay and who's straight, and his production was not as good as this. And Austin has better resources usually. So I don't know who these girls are, what their resources are, but this is pretty good.
Soapbox, which is something they're super passionate about. So every round, you're gonna pick an item for them to be revealed from your lover's wardrobe. Kate, which one would you like to be revealed next?
Let's see some skeletons.
Yeah,
Perfect.
let's go.
Well, Kate has actually chosen our red flag item.
Oh.
So closets, if you could display your red flag item. Well, it looks like that we have a lock.
Oh my God, stop. Who came up with this? This is so funny.
An alarm clock, picture of parents, and I think some flip-flops. Your
Oh my
initial
God.
thoughts, Kate?
The flip-flops are very interesting.
Well, let's go ahead and start at closet number 1. Closet number 1, you've had a lock. Why don't you open up and tell us about it?
Hi, so I actually chose the lock because I'm a very private person, but I'm just kind of private about some things, and I feel like, if anything, that's probably my major red flag.
Ooh, I don't think that's like a terrible red flag, but unfortunately, I'm a very public person.
Well, closet number 2, you've had a alarm clock.
Yeah, so I'm a person who really values my free time and I'm very busy. But what I will say is I always make time for the people that I care about. So, you know, I always have time for you.
Okay. Hey now, don't come for my job. Okay? Well, closet number 3, I think that's a picture of your parents, but I don't know if you'll be mommy dearest. Kate?
I don't know, I'm scared. Let's find out.
Well, closet number 3, would you like to tell us about the picture?
Okay, so it might not be what you're expecting. I actually moved back in with my parents 3 weeks ago.
Oh.
So I know for some people that's a little bit difficult, but my mother would love to meet you.
Well, that's a good thing at least. Well, closet number 4, you've had flip-flops.
Dude, I've had these since I was like 11. And I thrifted them and I just wear them everywhere I go, even in middle December.
Okay, hopefully you don't get cold feet, because unfortunately, you just can't have them all. So we do have to.
Wow. This is, if you watched game shows growing up, this is good. She's quick too. She's quick on her feet because she's just like, you know, the puns and like those are very game show-esque. So this is really well put together.
Choose a closet for you to eliminate.
Oh, so wait, which one do we eliminate? Okay. Shoot, I usually will say it is a red flag to be moving in with your or living with your parents, depending. All these people are 10 years too young for me, but at that time, at that age, I would not necessarily see it as a red flag. Fun fact. Because like you're so young, of course you're still possibly living with your parents. Like you might be 23? So it's like, I'm not that worried about a 23-year-old living with their parents. You know what I mean? I'm more worried about like me, a 30-year-old or something. But okay. And even then, right? There's exceptions. Maybe the first one might not be actually like, well, maybe the first one's about privacy though, which I like. But then make time for your friends because I'm busy. It's not, I don't see enough of a red flag for me to not want any of them. So this would be hard for me. Yeah, especially in my earlier days. I don't know, girls, this is hard. I don't know. Listen, the private one and the parents one, flip-flops for me. Let's see, it's one for me. If I had to eliminate, she has to only eliminate one, right? If I had to eliminate one, I think I would eliminate the clock girl. The one who says she's busy, but she'll make time for me. I think maybe that one I'd eliminate.
So, Kate, which closet do you need space from?
Unfortunately, feet just freak me out a little. I'm sorry, number 4.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry, number 4, but it's time for you to walk out of the closet. You have been eliminated. So sorry. Goodbye, closet number 4.
I'm out of here.
But we're losing a dime. But good thing, Kate, you have a wallet full of women to still choose from. Who could be calling it this hour? Welcome to round 2, people. Kate, each contestant has a loved one on the other line for you to listen to.
Oh my God.
Just to tell them a little bit about them. So go ahead and put the phone up to your ear.
My name is Leo, and this is my friend Madison. They are very passionate and caring about their friends, family, and others.
Oh, how sweet. Kate?
I hate to judge off of this, but I do indeed have an ex with the same name.
Oh.
Well, hopefully it won't be too much of a problem. Closet number 2.
Hey, what's up? It's Abram, Alia's older sibling. And as I sit here reminiscing in our childhood home, I can't help but think about all those nights she was training her voice for the big screen. And when I lie in bed just trying to get to sleep and that voice is ringing in my ears, I'll tell you, there's one thing about Alia, she can't get out of your head. So if you want a girl you can't get out of your head, open that door, see her in her entirety, and go get her.
People's family and friends are so awkward. I love how socially awkward everything is, but that's pretty good.
You know, every relationship has its pros and cons.
Well, Kate, was that a threat? Let's move on to closet number 3. Closet number 3.
Drew, what can I say about her? We've been spending lots of time together because she recently moved back into my basement, so there is that. Honestly, though, I've always called her my walking green flag. She is just a joy. She's full of love and light.
I love that. My green flag.
And kindness. She sees the best in everybody, aside from that one president. She's smart, creative.
Okay, except for that one president.
And just a real good time.
How sweet, Kate. That is very
Cute.
sweet. And also I agree about the president thing. Ew. Oh, so sorry. Our phone has actually been disconnected, but we got to downsize. So let's get back to making some space in those closets. So Kate, you still have some categories to choose from. We have soapbox, panic button, coat check, and severed hands. What would you like to be revealed now? Panic button. Okay, she obviously wants those deal breaker items.
Let's see.
So closets, if you could display your deal breaker panic button items.
Deal breaker. Let's see, what is this?
Okay, we have earplugs.
Okay.
Planner, and a lighter. Okay,
So
closet number 1. I hear you about the earbuds.
Let's see, what does this mean?
I hope they don't want a quiet person. Closet number 1, tell us about the earbuds.
I'm actually very glad you said that because it doesn't mean someone who's quiet. It means, to me, I chose these because it means someone that's apolitical and someone who's just not caring about what's going on in the world. That is a very major deal breaker to me as someone who is quite left-leaning politically.
Okay.
Well, I agree with you politically, says the girl in the lesbian dating show.
You never know.
As this is a safe space. Closet number 2, you've had a planner.
These are the leftist lesbians that the Trump administration is terrified of, by the way. This is a queer dating show, so, you know, they could, I'm not sure if anyone's non-binary or something else. They said lesbian dating show, but the description said LGBTQIA. But just so you know, this is this very scary group of people that the conservatives are afraid are brainwashing their kids. They always scary.
No, are you guys planning to get together? I'm not good at planning. Well, closet number 2, go ahead and tell us about the planner.
I can tell you all about this planner. Yeah, so it's really important to me that someone has a lot of goals and ambitions and, you know, things they're passionate about. So I'd love to hear about them sometime.
Knowing that now what do you think?
I can roll with that. I do have ambitions.
That's so
Perfect.
awesome.
Some of these answers are the bare minimum, guys. Come on now, let's raise the bar. Closet number 3, you've had a lighter. Are you gonna light Kate's fire
smoking?
later tonight?
So, probably not what you're expecting this time either. I am a bit of a gardener. And if your plant
like marijuana
of choice is sativa, I'm horrified of you.
Okay, interesting. Kate.
Wait, when people say they're a gardener, that means they smoke weed, right? But sativa. Okay, I'm gonna rewind that.
So, probably not what you're expecting this time either. I am a bit of a gardener. And if your plant of choice is sativa, I'm horrified of you.
Okay, interesting. Kate.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. The first time I greened out was a sativa gummy, so I'm there with you.
Kate, unfortunately, you do have to decide which closet you'd like to eliminate next. Which closet do you need space from?
Number 2, I'm a little scared of your sibling, I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, number 2, but because of that sibling, you've been eliminated. Go ahead and step out of the closet.
Okay, whoa.
Wait,
learning the ethnicities of the groups, and it looks they're from Missouri and Kansas, so I don't know how many non-white people live there, but it seems like a pretty white, generally white audience. So I think they're like they've already mentioned Missouri, Kansas. I am curious if they're like maybe like how they find these people, where are they all from? But it is a cute idea so far. The diversity is definitely lacking, but you know, it is what it is. I'm curious though.
I won't be kissing her, but what are you
Oh, upstate New York was one? Okay, noted.
later?
Well, just 2 closets left and only 1 pair of lips left on our lover girl's face.
Oh my gosh, what's happening?
Well, Kate, you still have 1 more category to choose from for our last round, round 3. We have coat check, soapbox, and severed hands. What would you like to be revealed now, lover girl?
Let's do coat check.
Okay, she wants our coat check items, which are items that you always have on your...
Oh, Jessa, this might be, I think this is a Missouri State University project, so probably college students. Oh, interesting.
Person. Closets, if you could reveal your coat check items. Okay, we have
let's see.
earbuds and something really ugly.
Ooh, that looks like a toy you had from your childhood that maybe you should have laid to rest.
On a keychain. Okay, well, closet number 1, before we get to gabbing, why don't you go ahead and step out of the closet? Welcome to contestant number 1. Now you and Kate have 30 seconds to chit-chat about your earbuds. Let's hear her out.
Oh, hello, there you are. There was a resounding cheer when you stepped out. That's a good sign.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about the earbuds.
Okay, so the earbuds are because I really like music and I'm always carrying the earbuds because I like to listen to music when I'm like walking or like doing classwork or whatnot. So like I just always have to have music.
Absolutely, me too. Who was did you do Spotify Wrapped or are you an Apple person? Okay, who was your number 1?
My number 1 artist was Julie.
Are you a concerts person too then?
Yeah, I actually like to go to like local hardcore shows.
Oh my god, okay, cool, yeah.
Time is up, Leslie. Go ahead and get back in that closet. Closet number 2, let's see your item again. Okay. I don't even know what to say to that. Let's welcome out contestant number 3. Well, welcome contestant number 3.
Hi, thank you. Okay, another resounding cheer. Will you describe your item? Because I'm so curious because all she said was it's ugly and I think she hates it and I want to know.
Okay, so think of a Labubu. Oh, but the ugly version.
Oh, a Lafufu?
It's called a Fugler.
Oh my god,
what?
Fugglers!
What is happening?
Oh, a Lafufu?
It's called a Fugler.
Oh my god, I love Fugglers! No way!
Yes.
No, okay,
And it has
yes.
teeth that look like human teeth.
What color
And
is it?
it's purple, and my brother and his girlfriend got it for me for my birthday.
So sweet.
So
Okay, I don't know what is happening here. I have no idea what is being. What is a fugler? A fugler? Oh, that sounds like a Christian, like the F word that a Christian would say, so they won't say fuck. They're like, oh, fugler. You know what I mean? That's what that sounds like. Fugglers used to be handmade. What? What is this? I don't understand anything that's happening. Guys, did anyone else see some neurodivergence? Oh, if this whole community is a neurodivergent, I don't even know what's happening. Is this not autism in a dating show? Like in the most complimentary way, of course. There's no way this isn't just a group of lesbian neurodivergents.
Like
have
your
to have
Fugler.
it. And it's also on a heart carabiner.
Oh, okay,
with a Minecraft sword next to it.
Gay
I would like
Fugler.
to
Wow,
make that very
okay.
clear.
Gay-ass Fugler.
So, yes.
Oh, I like that.
Yes.
Well, time is up, but contestant number 3, if you'd like to stay up there, because we're actually going to welcome back out contestant number 1.
Okay, to be honest, I didn't get to know any of these people enough to really narrow it down, but it's so hard. Like, did anything stand out about either of them? You know what I mean?
Welcome back, contestant number 1.
I mean, the hardcore show is a standout, and I would probably say no to that person because I don't think that's my vibe. But then what was significant about the third person? I don't know.
Well, Kate, you're standing next to...
and the first person is a hardcore and a leftist. Yeah, see, what was the third person? They live with their parents? They're newly living with their parents? I don't know.
2 lovely people that you've gotten to know over the course of our game. Unfortunately, you can only have one of them. So we need to know whose personality has charmed you out of the closet. Go ahead and make your final choice.
Three, I'm charmed by the Fuggler.
You know what? Chat was right. You said I bet she'll pick 3, and I bet she picked 3 because of the Fuggler. That felt more and honestly, I know she doesn't know what they look like, but they actually look so much better together than the opposite. I just think she's not a hardcore girly. I just don't think it makes sense. You know? So I actually think this was a good choice.
Congratulations, number 3. Kate, if you'd like to rip off that blindfold. Oh my God! Contestant number 3, you've actually worked so hard to get out of the closet and into the arms of our main date. However, you're standing next to another lovely opponent that you've gotten to know over the course of our game. Now, we'd actually like to give you the last choice.
No! Twist!
Now, we're gonna give you the option to continue to go out with our main date, Kate, or you can date your opponent, closet number 1, or if you've decided that the dating world is just too stressful, we're prepared to offer you a mystery.
Pause. Can I make an observation?
So, date course of our same.
Let me just double check.
Welcome back, contestant number 1.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering, tell me if I'm making the wrong observation, but I did notice personally, no judgment because people are people. I did notice our girly on the hardcore girly, super smiley, super vibey. The moment she was rejected, like super, and I wonder if it was like a little painful rejection so hard. I don't know. Let's watch again to see if I'm correct.
Well, Kate, you're standing next to 2 lovely people that you've gotten to know over the course of our game. Unfortunately, you can only have one of them.
Okay, she's a little bit more stoic now. Okay,
so we
less
need
smiley.
to know whose personality has charmed you out of the closet. Go ahead and make your final choice.
Three, I'm charmed by the Fuggler.
She seems like a little sad more than like excited. Like I feel like in that moment it would have been nice to be like, oh my God, I'm excited for you. You won. But maybe, or maybe chat says maybe she's just neurodivergent. Maybe she didn't feel like, it was just weird because she was smiling the whole time, it felt like, and then she didn't. But either way, what I think is important is that you're not obligated to smile, 1. But 2, it's okay to feel a little bit weird about rejection and you're in front of a crowd and it's going on YouTube and maybe it feels a little bad because you're kind of excited and maybe she has a history of being rejected and that feels bad, or maybe there's a lot of reasons, but it is a dating show. And I think like, you know, we're not just watching this to watch this. I think we can kind of see that there is a little bit of a performance to dating, isn't there? Even on a dating show that's queer, it's like you're still going to have the performance of dating, the funniness. There is no serious conversation being had, except, to be fair, by our tall girly here. Her saying she's a leftist is the most real that I got the whole time. But yeah, it's, you know, it's okay to feel a little bit like, you know, at rejection. That's okay.
Congratulations, number 3.
If she even feels that way. I don't mean to project on her.
Kate, if you'd like to rip off that blindfold.
Okay, so let's forward a bit.
We're gonna give you the option to continue to go out with our main date, Kate, or you can date your opponent, closet number 1, or...
I mean, does closet number 1 even consent to maybe dating number 3, right?
You've decided that the dating world is just too stressful. We're prepared to offer you a mystery solo experience.
Ooh, good options. A mystery solo experience. Oh my gosh, look at her eyeshadow. Amazing. Amazing eyeshadow.
Contestant number 4, which will you choose? Lover number 1, lover number 2, or lover number you?
I think I'm gonna choose Kate.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
She might just be anxious and ADHD or something because she is or autistic. She is tapping her microphone. So I'm seeing exhibiting of like anxiety stimming possibly, and that's okay. But okay, yay.
So I need to see the Fuggler. I need to see the Fuggler.
They have it.
Oh, they stole you. They kidnapped your Fuggler. No.
They told me to put it back. It's okay.
We'll find your gay ass smuggler. Trust and believe. Oh my goodness, you are so lovely too, and I love a bridge piercing. Oh my god. Mm-hmm.
Well, there you have it, folks. That is our lovely couple, and that concludes the end of our show. Remember, if there's space
Oh, Chad says I see the tapping as clapping. Oh, I could see
for you in
that.
the closet, there's also space for you out in the world. Thank you so much for viewing, and keep those lights on, lesbians.
Okay, then maybe I was reading into it too much. Loved it. Okay, let's go to the comments. I'm so curious. Just a tip, I think the show is very good, but at times it felt a little awkward, empty, and we'd be better with some subtle background music. This was the most fun. Oh my gosh, thank you for having me. Let's see, best plot twist I've ever seen in a dating show. I assume it's the ending part. Mad entertaining. I can't wait to see the series. Need 5 seasons. Okay, subscribed. Okay, love that. So this was fun. I definitely want to see part 2 when it comes out. This was so cute. I'll link it. Let me link it. I just came across my TikTok and I was like, what is this? I want to know. Okay. That was so cute. That's all they have up though. I think their channel's empty. It just started. Yeah, it just started. So if you guys want to check them out, keep me posted. If you see part 2, we'll check it out for sure. Okay, I'm a little at a loss right now where a big part of me feels like stream is only 4 hours and that's not that much. But then another part of me knows I didn't sleep enough last night, so I'm a bit tired. And then another part of me doesn't want to leave you because I love you in a non-toxic way. Oh, also, and I think I might leave you. But also, can I say something? Because we can always come back next week. Let me tell you something. My partner and I were brainstorming ideas. You know how we talked about yesterday? Chad says, you can go to sleep, girl. You know I'm not going to sleep. You know I'm going to Pal World. Come on now. You know I'm going to eat those beans. I'm going to go cook my beans, have dinner, see my partner, and then you know I'm going to Pal World. Because I could do that with no sleep. I can't sleep right now. It's so early. It's only 8 o'clock. I'm not going to fall asleep. But let me tell you this. Okay? I just don't want to keep streaming and then my brain be fuzzy and then I won't be able to do commentary. But listen to this. So my partner and I were brainstorming yesterday, high compatibility partners, but that are toxic. And we talked about, you know how there's positive symbiosis? So symbiosis is the process of this. It's like working in tandem, right? It's kind of like imagine a figure 8 and imagine you're working or you're in symbiosis. You can have positive or negative symbiosis, which I actually learned from my science girly friend. And so that's why on stream, I always say positive symbiosis, because from my science girly friend, she told me that you can have negative symbiosis. Like you can have a bad symbiosis. It's not always positive. So maybe high compatibility partners have positive symbiosis and negative partnerships, toxic partnerships have like some sort of, negative symbiosis. And that's maybe some way to think about it. Like you're in sync, but it's so toxic. So my partner and I were brainstorming because I told him about Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne. I was like, they're so weirdly compatible, but do we think they're weirdly compatible because we just can't imagine them with somebody else? Like, at what point in Sharon and Ozzy's life would we come into their life and say like, hey, you should be with somebody who's going to respect you and you should be with somebody different? Because also like when he died, right, their kids, they're like, this was the love of my life. And it's like, how can you tell somebody not to be in love with who they're in love with? And also like, could this not have been better? Because the reason I started coming up with the high compatibility partnership was because I knew that people kept settling for, and I just don't want you to think this is all love is. Guys, on my podcast channel, the Don't Move In With Him podcast, the comments are crazy. Like, I know a lot of people, look, I trust you. If you want to move in with your partner before your long-term partnership, you do you. I trust you. Okay? And I really appreciate all the people in the comment sections that were like, hey, thank you for saying this because yeah, like I moved in with a guy when I was 19 and he was 28 and it fucking ruined my life. Or I moved in with somebody when I was 24 and they were 42 and it was like, what the fuck? Or I moved in with somebody the same age and it fucked up my life because we moved too quickly. It's like, partnership is so personal and intimate. And so it's just like, it's so important for us, all of us, to just, really understand what we're facing. And Chet says mid compatibility, maybe that's just settling. Yeah, I think mid compatibility is settling. Like I use percentages. Like I think my last relationship, we were probably like 45% compatible, which obviously, and I make it up every time I think about it because it changes every time I think about it. But if I think about it today, I'd say like maybe we were like 45% compatible, which isn't much, right? Really, realistically, I always say you want to start at least 80. I feel like you want to be 80% compatible when you're dating to get to like as close to 100 as possible, because compatibility is about values. It's not about who does the dishes. It's not about like, it's about values in terms of how you show up in a marriage. And by marriage, I mean long-term partnership. Okay? And so I think that's really important, right? Chad says sometimes you never get out of toxic attachment styles and behaviors because you're not aware and that's normal to you. And that's the thing is like, I don't want that to be the expectation for people, even though I can accept it will be their normal and they might die there, live there and die there. I just want people who want to get out of it to know you can. Because if you keep living your life thinking, well, this is how it is and how it always will be, you don't give yourself a chance to actually work on yourself. And this goes back to the conversation I had last week with the viewers who were like anti-therapy because the system is a system of oppression. The system of oppression is always going to exist. So if you're waiting for it before you go to therapy, you know what I mean? Like, how do you date somebody like that? Imagine being in a marriage and you're like, hey, I really think you should go to therapy for the stuff that happened to you as a kid. And they're like, systems of oppression, capitalism, I can't. It's like, how are you going to show up in this marriage? How are you going to be a good parent if you don't unlearn the way your parents raised you? You know what I mean? I couldn't even imagine thinking like this was going to be a good partnership. Like, you know, it just sounds like it almost, I know they're coming from like an authentic place of struggle. And also I do feel like it's a little bit of a cope to not work on themselves. You know? And so like, I don't want that. I don't want that in my life. Like I need somebody who's willing to say like, I'm working on it. I'm doing my due diligence. I know that I have stuff to grow from because yeah. And they will make your life hell. Like, you know how those men talk about the fear of divorce court? That fear of divorce court is mostly unfounded because most men are not advocating or fighting that hard for divorce court. And also they're entitled and angry. But there is a hell in divorce court that exists, a real struggle in divorce court. And it comes from bitter adults who are mad you're breaking up with them. Instead of accepting that you do not get to keep people in a marriage and people get to break up with you and you should make the divorce as reasonable as possible. Okay? Marry somebody that you wouldn't mind divorcing. Marry somebody that you know would make the divorce easy. Not that you're getting divorced and not that you're looking forward to a divorce, but marry somebody that you know and be somebody that would make the divorce reasonable. Because assuming, you know, for whatever reason you get divorced, try to imagine that even if they fucked you over, they would take their licks and they would do right by you. Marry somebody who, even if they really fucked themselves over or did something bad to you, that when it came down to it, they would for once step up in their life. You know, try as that's what I think of. I think that's my partner and I talk about this all the time. Like, what does divorce look like for us if we ever get divorced? And I said, I don't want anything that's fucking yours. You don't want anything that's fucking mine. We'll shake hands and never talk to each other again. And we're like, yeah. Like if we ever get to the point where somebody cheats or God forbid there's abuse, like in that realm, hopefully never, I don't want anything to do with you. I don't want your fucking money. I don't want anything to do with you. And he feels the same way. He's like, I don't fucking want anything. Like, go away. Like, you know what I mean? Like you just betray, like we don't have kids. Even if we had assets, we would split it 50-50 and just move on with our fucking life. You know what I mean? Hopefully. And I think that's true. I'd like to believe that. I also have seen good divorces. I've seen people divorce and it end really, really good. And so I think that's possible. I think I married somebody that would make that possible. I also hope we'd never get there. May we never get divorced because how devastating. Right? Chad says, at least my ex is making the divorce easy. Amen. I don't know if that's like literally you're getting divorced if you are happy divorced, but like, you know, divorce, you know, paperwork in general. Nobody likes how hard it is. I think that goes a long way with how you look at life, you know? Just says bubble pop. Hey, I hope so. I hope so. Really, like, if you listen, like, gosh, if you watch Ramit or any of these call-in shows, I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed listening to these people and their marriages and their divorces. And I'm just thinking, oh my God. And that's why I do take these stories to my partner and I say, I love you. If you ever do this to me, I will divorce you. I don't want there to ever be a blind side to why I will divorce you. You should know the boundaries of this marriage and the expectation I have of you. As we grow old together, those expectations should change and grow with us as people. And that's why we listen to these call-in shows together. We like, I'll be like, listen to this episode with me, or we'll be like, hey, look at this TikTok and say like, what would you do? What would we do? What should we do? Because what we're doing is we're preparing ourselves for real life. Hey, what happens if your parents need care? What happens if we have to move your parents to a facility? What happens if somebody dies? Like, these are really serious life things that come into play. There was this one story, this finance show. The wife calls in and says, my husband of I think 9 or 10 years, he wants to pay his mom's bills. And his mom's really bad with money, and we don't have enough money in our life. So now we're operating on separate incomes, and it feels like we're not on the same page and I can't trust him. What do I do? And that would drive me crazy. If I found out my partner was taking our very limited income and spending it on their parents, I'd be like, hi, hello. What is happening? You know, what's going on? You know, what are we doing here? I don't want to marry somebody that's paying their parents' bills. I don't want to marry someone that's paying their siblings' bills. If you are paying, and like, I don't want to, if you are somebody's caretaker, we can have a conversation. But you cannot be somebody who pays somebody's bills. There is a difference. Paying somebody's bills is not being a caretaker. These are two different roles. Okay? So that's the kind of stuff that we need to have a conversation about, like, whose bills are you paying? Who are you giving your money to? Okay. Example, before I got married, I was spending my money on like if I found out someone needed money, I would just give people money. You know what I mean? They're like, if I found out even strangers needed money, like I'd hear from a friend of a friend, he's like, oh, my friend's struggling right now. They just need like $500. I was like, here. And I would give people money. And that's not a brag. That's just the reality of how I would give away my money. Cause like, I don't really care about money that much. You know, I'm like, here. And like, I don't do that anymore. Because now it's not just me. Now it's not just my $500. It's our $500. And now we want to buy a house. And now we want to do other things. So now I'm more picky about where I give my money. But we still have charities we give to. We still have content creators we support. We still have like independent creator subscriptions we support, you know what I mean? So the idea is that, like, you know, single you and married you. And then also, and I think this is the part that I think is like really important. I do think the thing you kind of tolerate in dating, or the thing you tolerate or make excuses for, will follow you throughout marriage. And so dating for potential is always a red flag. And this is the first person I met that I was like, if you stay the same way you are right now, I mean, minus philosophical growth, I'd be okay with that. You know? Chat says, was this because you were suicidal at the time? No. This was just because I made money and I had it and I could give it. $500 is not a lot when you're single and you have roommates, or you have a savings, or you make a lot of money. Like, it was just like, hey, how much is their bill? It's like, oh, $500 here. Like, I don't, you know, slowing down my process to buy a house to like get somebody out of debt. Like, I'm happy to do that. You know what I mean? But that's because single Brittany is just like, she's very different. Single Brittany is a very different person than married Brittany. She just has different priorities. You know what I mean? Like, you know, now we're the charity is the joke. Now we're the charity. You know what I mean? Let me see. Let me scroll up. I feel like I saw something. Hold on. Let me see. Thought I saw a question. Oh, girl, what tipped you off that your partner was high compatibility? Well, it wasn't a tip. It was a lot of conversation, a lot of interaction. It was data. We talked a lot. I think he counted and I forgot what it was. I think we exchanged like 30,000 messages in 2 weeks. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. We before we even had our first call together, we messaged each other like novels of text. And we were just reminiscing about our old messages to each other. And we just remember being like so excited to get that notification, like lived and breathed for that notification. We were so excited. And then we would read like mountains of text, like so excited, like in a way that I wouldn't for my friends with peace and love. I'm not reading that much. You know what I mean? But for him, I was so excited. And we were just like, and we would just write each other like all of the philosophy and politics and hypotheticals. And what do you think about this book? And oh, I'm reading this book. What do you think about this? And I'm watching this movie. What do you think about this? Like lots of questions about, you know what I mean? It was just like very intellectual. It was just very intellectual, and lots of flirting, of course, but it was really intellectual. Like there was a lot of like, well, what do you think about this? Like I just remember, yeah, I just love that feeling of really feeling engaged, you know, like in my brain. Like I really love that feeling. Then I still get that every day. Like I really love talking to my person. It's like, it's such a great feeling. You know, what was that TikTok we watched the other day? There was a TikTok I showed you guys, and I kept thinking like, I'm glad I show my partner these things. You know, like almost everything I talk to you guys about on stream, we've already talked about, or I'm about to talk to him about it today. You know what I'm saying? Like we have the same conversation. So I'm getting double reinforcement. I'm getting you guys, which is amazing and great. And I'm getting this other person that I get to sit on the couch with and have like long conversations with about stuff. It's just really nice, you know? Let's see. Chet says, you're telling me I told my ex that I wouldn't marry them because he was always paying his parents' rent. They didn't want to stop, so we ended things. Yeah. I think the problem is like, it's such a nice idea to give. It's a less nice idea when you're giving your parents who are responsible adults or irresponsible adults money to spend on rent or, God forbid, credit card bills or, God forbid, gambling, right? You know, that says, wow, was there a general vibe that made you think this person might get you type thing? Well, I'll tell you this. Yeah, like before we even spoke on the phone, because I was busy and they were working and we had to wait 2 weeks. Okay. I was like, well, let's do a call when we have like a full day open. Like, cause the first call we did was 8 hours. 8 hours. We ate meals together. We took bathroom breaks together. It was a long 8 hours. Like I had to pee multiple times. Okay. And we were waiting for a day we were both free. And because I was working so much of the time and they were working and our schedules were crazy, we're 9 hours apart, we had to wait 2 weeks. But within those 2 weeks, we had already decided, okay, I think there's love here. And I think the love came from being seen. I was like, I feel extremely seen by a person I just met. So let's test it. Let's talk. Let's see if we're just butterflies and we're being silly, or let's see if it's real. And to be fair, I experience a very similar sensation when I meet like people I'm about to be very close to. Because sometimes I do meet people and I'm like, ooh, I think you're about to become my new best friend. And then I meet other people and I'm like, I don't know why you came into my life, but you feel significant. And that's usually how I know where a friendship is going, is I usually, you know, I meet a lot of people, but some people I meet, I just like, ooh, there's something about you. And then it makes me wonder why some people and not others. I always wonder that. Why some people and not others? You know? But look, nothing makes me more interested in a person than how they think. Right? Chat said, is it chemicals or is it real? Exactly. Is it chemicals? Is it real? Like, you know, is this the same, you know, chemistry I felt with other people? Is this different? And I'm just glad that it was different. I'm glad that it was what we thought it might be. And we were so happy about it. But guys, again, we had to do a lot of work to make sure we were still compatible. We still waited 6 months to get engaged. Not that the time limit mattered, but I needed those 6 months. I needed it. I needed to meet his parents. That was very important. So I told him, I'm not going to marry you until I meet your parents. I need to come to Croatia. I need just to see what the vibe is. Versus for him, he's like, I don't need to meet your parents. I don't need to meet your family, to be honest. Like, I need to meet you. And I was like, fair. I was like, but I want you to meet my family just in case. So you have the data of what you're marrying into. Because I think for him, you know, I think his friends are similar. Maybe if I'm understanding their vibe more, is like, I don't think either of them ever thought about needing to meet the families. I don't think that's like their bubble. Versus in my bubble, you usually do meet the families. So I was like, well, we're going to have to meet in the middle here culturally, you know? And it was nice. It was really good. But meeting his parents was really important for me. Because, you know, I've always liked the people I was dating, always liked their parents. But I told myself after my last ex, I told myself I wouldn't marry somebody who didn't have a reasonably, I didn't want to marry somebody who had a bad relationship with their parents. But more than that, specifically somebody who didn't have a good reason to have a bad relationship. Because some people would have a good reason, and that's valid, and I support that. But I didn't want to marry somebody who had a bad relationship with their parents because they were the problem, because that was my ex. My ex had a bad relationship with their parents because they were the problem. And I had that realization like, oh, you're the problem. Because my ex's parents are fabulous. They're the most wonderful people. They're flawed, because everyone is, but they're really good people. And so that made me be like, I need to meet your parents. I need to just see what your relationship is, or I need to meet your friends. I need to see that you have a real life. Because again, remember that real life is real enough that I need to make sure you're not lying to me. So meeting your friends, meeting your parents, just knowing your life is real, the things you told me were real, that's really why I want you to meet my family and friends. So you know I'm not lying to you. Because if we in isolation just see each other, anything could be true. I need outside sources to confirm what you're telling me, right? So that's the other part of meeting each other's friends and family, is to confirm the reality. Because, you know? Kat says, my biggest thing is needing a partner that has more than one hobby. I don't know about more than one hobby, but I definitely agree it's nice to be with somebody who has a hobby and something they're interested in. I don't even know if I have more than one hobby, really, but I definitely have many interests. Is an interest a hobby? I never thought about this. Is an interest a hobby? I have a ton of interests. I don't know if I identify as somebody with multiple hobbies, though. That's an interesting question. Yeah, it just said my exes either had one hobby or none, and it made them boring. Oh, I will say, I'm not here to police your language. I think people who call people boring are red flags, because people are not here to entertain you. They're not clowns. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, my partner isn't a gesture. They're an intimate consciousness I'm having a relationship with. So again, I'm not policing your language, but sometimes I wonder when people say like, oh, that person's so boring, what are we really trying to convey? Because like, what does it mean to be boring? People might think I'm boring because I don't leave the house and I don't travel. But am I boring, or are we just different? Because like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't club or go to the bar. I mean, maybe on occasion, but like not really. So like, the word boring is a very heavy loaded language question. I see a lot of people using it, especially recently. I've noticed a lot of girlies have been saying like, oh, he's so boring. Is he boring, or are you guys just not compatible? Or are you not stimulated because of something else? So again, I don't want to police your language, but I would just like encourage, you know what I mean? I said boring in the idea that they're one-dimensional. Yeah, I can see you conveying it with that language. I think that's interesting. Yeah. See, you would need somebody who understood what you meant by that. That's a good example. You would want somebody who understands your use of language, you know? Because boring is it's also kind of a mean word. It's a little bit of a mean word, you know? Like, oh, you're so boring. It's, my feelings. So I would, date somebody who's also not sensitive to that word. I would say I think I'm a little bit more sensitive to the word because I don't know what it means, because I don't think of people as boring. I just think of my brain as like, hey, I'm not stimulated. Is that okay? Can I go home? Not that you're boring. I'm just not stimulated. Because it's my brain that's not stimulated. It's not that you're boring. Because like, you're not here to entertain me. Because if I'm bored, it doesn't mean you're boring. It means I'm not stimulated. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm taking on the responsibility instead of, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. With that said, all good. Anyone else have any comments or questions before we end? What I'll do is I wanted to watch this Joe Rogan. Thank you, chat says, I see what you mean. I appreciate that. I wanted to watch this video with you guys. I don't have the spoons. I don't have it. I can't think. this is it. I can feel my brain going boop, 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 boop. So I'll come back on Monday, Tuesday. We'll watch it together because I definitely want to see it. I'll change the thumbnail today to reflect the fact that we didn't get around to it. And let me save this to my watch later list because I definitely want to jump back into that bubble. Discord said this is a really good video and I want to watch it. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Great conversation today. And I just want to say that if you're interested, no pressure, 18 plus, our Discord tomorrow, we're doing yoga with a professional. I hire a professional girly. She's very talented. We're focusing on splits for 2026. All levels of yogis welcome. You know, we take a very philosophical, spiritual / physical approach to yoga. We try to encompass what it really means. She has a certificate. She's educated. She's gone to school for yoga. She's a mentor, a teacher, whatever. And so we're focusing on that. We have a 30-minute class tomorrow. We're also doing the Discord 101 open discussion event. It's really great for new people. You do not have to join, but if you want to and you've been thinking, I'm going to join the Patreon, this is definitely the week to do it because also not only are we doing yoga tomorrow in the Discord 101, which is open discussion, it's a great event. 17 people have already RSVP'd, so if you want to show up. But next week after that, we're continuing our deconstruction of every episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender, and we're going into season 2, book 2. So if you guys are interested and want to join us, this is definitely the time to show up, right? Chaz said, are these recorded so I can check it out? No, they're not recorded. Nobody's recorded. We have a very private Discord. It is very much a safe space. It is a safe space. It's like a coffee shop, okay? We call it the coffee shop. Show up, be safe, no recording. You will not be recorded. You know what I mean? It's like a sense of privacy, you know, it's like a book club that so they're not recorded. They are live. So come and join us if you will. No pressure. But if that's interesting to you. So it's usually 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. my time, which is 3 p.m. Eastern and noon Pacific, I think. Though daylight savings times is coming. So everyone get ready. Daylight saving times, I can't speak, is coming. So there will be, just check your clocks. Discord will convert the time to your local location, but just check your clocks. Because Croatia and United States, we're at a different, mine's the 29th, yours is the 8th, I think. So just keep that in mind. Also for stream coming up in March, I'm just going to try to show up at 10 a.m. Eastern like normal. But I will say 1 hour of change really fucks me up. Daylight saving time I hate it. I fucking hate that shit. It really fucks with me, let me tell you. It really messes me up. It really messes me up, girls, okay? All right. All right, thanks for being here. I appreciate it so much. I'll see you Monday. Have a good day. Happy Black History Month. Thanks for being here for February. See you in March. Bye.